things here real quick. Hey, all right, how are we doing? Yeah, the video is out. I haven't seen the Unearthed Arcana update just yet. Is that over? Okay, I think it's done. Okay, that might be done. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that the actual article is out quite yet. Yeah. UA drops in 15 minutes on D&D Beyond. Oh, right on. Okay. Cool. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man? Now. Okay. We will put this. I don't know about watching the whole video that they just dropped is like over an hour long. Yeah. They can check the Colby stuff, and not yet. No, we got through probably about 3 hours worth of reviews, and then it was like, oh boy, it was definitely time to go to bed. But I talked with a few, like, I mean, chat basically seemed like they really wanted me to do another consultation stream like that again. So yeah. What time is it over there? Right here, it is 12:14 p.m. PDF will drop in 15 minutes. Okay, cool. So, with that, I'm going to be doing a takeaway document on this one. This will be a PDF that you guys can pick up, do all that. Take with it what you will. Make fun of it on your own streams if you want to. All right. I'm just going to get a couple of these headers kind of cleaned up. Header 1, sure, we'll do that. Header 2. As far as predictions of what I have right now, whenever I tuned in for a second because I saw that it was up and I was like, oh, okay, well, what are they talking about now? And they were already talking a little bit about Sorcerer and how they were like, well, resource tracking and resource management is the kind of thing that and I was like, okay, all right, here we go. We're already going to be in on it. So rather than watch through that whole thing, I decided to hold off and see what all was going on. Yep, okay. And then we're going to do a little bit of formatting here for a second. Okay, and then this is mostly just going to be notes. I'm not going to be reproducing anything from the Unearthed Arcana. I'm mostly just like kind of trying to organize my thoughts here as they come up and all that good business. And again, by the way, hey, there's a lot of other TTRPGs out there. I know that these are very, very busy streams. There are a lot of TTRPGs out there for you to be checking out. As of right now, actually, a big one I've been checking out, and I'm a really big fan of already, is Death in Space, and this one is by the guys at Stockholm Cartel and Free League. Very, very cool, sort of a doomed universe setting. If you're really into sci-fi and you want something that's a bit more different than kind of standard fare fantasy in space kind of stuff, Death in Space could really, really be the game for you, especially if you're into like hardcore metal and you don't mind the like, you know, meat grinder style play where you could have characters dying pretty frequently. So yeah, go check it out. There's actually a really gorgeous hardback cover that is all nice and holographic. Ooh, you see? Oh, that's pretty and iridescent. Yeah, I really dig this book a whole lot. I hope that you will as well. And God, the layout is just so like, I love how just evil this thing feels. Please go check this one out. It's very cool. Do I have a Cowboys in Space option? You could do that with this if you wanted. Actually, you know what you could do? That's pretty funny. There's actually also another, because they use a very similar system. These are based off of what is like the Merkborg engine, essentially. So like Frontier Scum is like Cowboy Merkborg, and then this Death in Space is like Merkborg in space. And you could like probably do a combination of the two to make your own like fantasy. Well, I say fantasy, your own like cowboy space like games. Yeah. Hey, what up, Phil? So they're gonna keep people wanting us to do something and not clarifying the reasons of their changes. Yeah. Let me see here. I was going to do a slight bit more formatting on that. Okay, let's see, body text. This should be going to body text whenever I hit enter, and it's not. We'll correct that here. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. There we go. And then this. Hot. All right. Space after. Thank you. And then all of these need a little bit of space before. We'll do that. All right. And let's do body text. Let's do this one. Thank you there. We're gonna need a nested style. One. Bold. We just need bold. Thank you. That should all be good. Okay. All right, sweet. So that's basically all we really need to format it. Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be vague about feedback. I mean, they also get a lot of it. So they get a ton of feedback, and parsing all that stuff out to like, aha, what are we going to get across in a 1 like hour conversation is pretty rough. So yeah, I don't really blame them for keeping a little bit vague as to what their response was to the feedback. But also like, you know, yeah. He does give some actually like kind of decent answers at times. It is kind of a mishmash as to whether or not like they will be totally clear, coherent, and whether or not he's communicating them for, you know, the lay people to understand kind of what's going on there. We just now I had my old bingo card. Well, I say my old bingo card, my old predictions from a while ago. Yeah. That I haven't actually looked at in a hot second. So I'm kind of curious where we are today with it. Did we get a? Okay, we still haven't gotten the playtest document. No monk this time around. Yeah, I kind of figured. The thing is, they don't really know what they want to do with it, and they don't have a vision for it, and they don't really understand what the core problems of it are. And it's weird because we keep telling them what the core problems of it are, and they seem to have their fingers in their ears. So I don't know. Yeah. Now, I was going to show you guys. Yeah, I hadn't looked at this in a hot second. I'm trying to remember when I actually wrote this. I think this is sometime like last year when we first heard that this was going to be a thing. I think this is really close to the Wizards Presents thing that they were doing. So, yeah. Or maybe this is like really soon after. No, this was after the character options or character origins. Unearthed Arcana. Jeez. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is an old one, right? Right? I say old. It's like less than a year old, but still, yeah. Yeah, so I was scrolling through here just seeing like what were some of the funny things that like, you know, whatever. Dwarf loses tool proficiency. I don't actually know what the hell is going on with that. I think Dwarf did get nerfed. Ardling 100% got forgotten about. Oh man. Dragonborn gets a line breath attack. I don't know why I felt like that was going to be so specific. Maybe because it was going to be like the more safe option. I don't know. But 40%. I have no idea really why I made that as a prediction at all. Tiefling gets double sight. Wait, have we seen much of what they were doing with Tiefling? As to whether or not they can see through stuff like that. I thought it was like an interesting buff if they went in that direction, but yeah, I don't know. Human loses their freebie inspiration. We haven't seen it in a while, and I don't remember. Let me go. Thank you. Okay. Did they lose their freebie inspiration? Where you at? Where you at? Poor Ardling. Oh, they haven't. Wait, have they not changed it? Have they not changed it? We never returned to Oh. So we haven't even gone back to talk about some of the changes made to species or race or whatever it is that we're calling it now. We haven't talked about that in a while. Ooh, that's not a good sign. I would really like to see an update to that. Yeah. Forest Gnome will get buffed. Rock Gnome will get simplified. Okay, I'm going to skip over all of this stuff because we haven't really gotten a whole lot of confirmation other than for them to say Ardling is gone, right? Classes. Barbarian. Rage will be changed to compensate for the loss in strength-based ability check relevance in combat. It did happen, actually. Well, in a way, they got more relevance for the strength-based stuff, or like skill checks or whatever. The tweaks that they've been making to Rage, I guess we'll see more of it today. But also, like, it seems like they reverted some of the stuff on... They reverted some of the stuff regarding, like, unarmed strikes that were going to really, really impact the Barbarian. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Berserker did get buffed. If I remember right, did we see Berserker in Playtest 6 or Playtest 5? There's all the weapons. Feats, Barbarian. And then Berserker got... Yeah, that's right. They got rid of the fatigue. They're oh god, what was it? The exhaustion. Jeez, there we go. Just enforce heavy weapons and armors having strength requirements that even turn it off on D&D Beyond. Ouch. What does everyone think of race/species in your own homebrew? You've been saying species just because it seems more accurate a word plus less divisive. That is going to be an endless battle. They need to settle on something and just say this is what we're doing and do it. And either like just do it, you know. At this point the conversation has mostly devolved into either people who definitely understand the reason why they're diverting away from calling it race, and then people who are traditionalists and feel like there isn't a problem at all, and the people who I feel are traditionalists and don't feel that there's a problem at all just aren't really listening to what the complaints are, and then the people who are listing these complaints are probably a bit too quick to, rather than explain their point, say that people who disagree with them are racist or what the hell ever, and it's become this whole ridiculous fight. It really has. The TTRPG scene needs to chill, absolutely chill out on that. Whenever they're talking about, like, okay, people are like, well, this is what it's been called in the past, so I think that we should stick to that. It's like, well, but, I'm not a big fan of tradition. I'm not a big stickler for, like, we need to keep things the way that they were. I think that that's really stifled more innovation. I'm all here for, like, if we can preserve the things that actually have an impact on the game, I guess. But these games are also going to still be available regardless of what they change it to later on down the line. So keep playing the thing, whatever, I guess. Yeah. It sounds like I prefer Species. I think that Species sounds too... sci-fi for some reason. Yeah, I'm just using Ancestry and Vagabond, you know. I'm like, that seems to be the thing that is doing the trick. That it conveys what you're going for, right? And then, I mean, if you get from there, like, if you get any more into the thick of it from there, it just turns into basically nothing but semantical arguments about, like, oh, well, I kind of like this one instead, and man, I like it, man, well, this is the one I prefer. And I'm like, I just, that whole thing, I'm like, oh my God, let's chill. Let's bring the volume down a bit on that. Yeah. Hey, what up, Tenosit? Tenosit Sergic. Well, welcome. Ancestry is perfect. It splits the difference. Yeah. I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah. Hey, Daryl. Yeah. Oh, is that Thurston? Oh, yeah. Hey, what up, man? Hey, yo. Folklore is a perfect name for what? Yeah, I know. We really did have a perfect medium on that. Hang on one sec. Let me see if the article is out. Yeah, it should be out within a minute. And then, oh, there we go. Cool. All right. Okay, I'm going to download it so that we have it for highlighting. Okay, because I want to open it up in Adobe. All right. Oh, are they going with a new font? Maybe not. Maybe that's just a... Okay. Life is Folklore, yes. The video just finished? Oh, yeah, I'm so glad we didn't sit through the whole thing. Okay. Now, we have Pugilist now. Did you know? No, I did not. Okay. So, I'm just going to scroll around here real quick. We got Barbarian. So what all are we going to see? The Wild Heart. Oh, Totem. Oh, that's a totem change? Interesting. I wonder why. Path of the World Tree. And then Path of the Zealot is getting made standard MO. Okay. Oh. Well, that's getting codified. Oh, shit. Oh, that's funny. Well, I told you guys, like, this just needs to be a thing that you allow to happen. It needs to happen. Oh, Baldur's Gate calls it the Wild Heart. Okay. All right. Okay, fighter. We're not going to get super into it. Like I said, I just kind of wanted to skim. Okay, wait a second. I was curious. Action Surge. 2 uses. Okay, they're keeping that split. Okay, I don't want to pause too much. Battlemaster. Told you guys, maneuvers are not getting added to the base fighter. It's just not happening. No, shut your mouth. Okay. Sorcerer. Okay, wild magic. We're not seeing much of anything else in here. Okay. Warlock. Hang on, I just gotta see. Ooh, really? Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Arcfey. Fiend. I'm really curious about Herald Through Hell. I'm predicting that got nerfed. It got, as in it got nerfed from the last UA. Wizard. They got rid of all the, yep. You sons of a bit. Oh my god! You sons of bitches stealing vagabond secrets, are you kidding me? Look at that. I make the I make the wizard an expert in vagabond. I'm telling y'all. All right, I see how it is. Evoker, illusionist. It kept. Oh no. Okay, no spoilers. No spoilers. I was just kind of seeing what was in here. Dazed. Okay. Heroic advantage. Wait, is it back to? Okay. All right, sure. Skimming through. I was curious about long rest. I remember. Yep. Yeah. You regain all spent hit die. There we go. That change happened. Okay. And this is going to be important to remember. Honor strike is a melee attack. Okay. You can choose one of the following for its effect. But it's whenever you use it. So it's no longer a DC is equal to. Okay. So it's no longer the confirmation of a. It's not the confirmation of an attack that hits and then does the thing. It's forcing it to make the saving throw still. Okay, gotcha. What? Oh, it's all in just in coincidence. Look, there's such a thing as parallel design that happens all the time. Like, yeah. I mean, I know that, okay, we got Thurston in here. Thurston works for Paizo, right? So there's people that, and I've seen like Dan Dillon in my comment sections. I'm very much aware. I got the invite to the Creator Summit, right? So I'm very much aware. WotC knows who I am. Okay. Now, in terms of whether or not they are swiping stuff from Vagabond Designs or something like that, I'm fucking around. All right. If there's something like that goes on, we all inspire each other to do certain things. The only time that I would start to actually be like, what the hell? Like, what is going on? Would be if they started like changing core mechanics of the game to be extremely similar to Vagabonds. I will, however, say I'm aware that they know who. Yeah, no, he got yeah. Like, if what I would prefer is like, yo, they getting a Vagabond client. Oh man, what, like, if they would call people to like do consults or something like that, I think that would build a lot more bridges than like the kind of lack of transparency that's going on and the feelings that some people may or may not be getting ripped off, because we have seen some stuff from like seen some stuff that's on the DMs Guild get kind of like ripped a bit and appear in some Unearthed Arcana articles, and then sometimes whenever it gets called out, it immediately disappears. So weird, but you know, it's to make an accusation of like theft of something that's going on. That's not, most of the time it's just like a ribbing. The only time that I've ever seen some stuff that I was like, that actually looks like that was swiped, was like the I mean, without getting super into it and doing a whole like drama spin or anything like that. There were just mechanics that I was seeing that they were doing for like rune magic that looked way too similar to what was going on with my rune keeper. There have been some things that like Benjamin and Ross have made that looked very, very similar. We've seen other games that are taking stuff from like Ancestry and Culture by Gwyn Marshall, and essentially just taking the system and plugging it into theirs. So like, but I mean, in that same turn, Gwen came up with a working thesis statement, essentially, as to how you could do the mechanic in a way that doesn't still echo some of the poor idea. Well, some of the really damaging ideals of like racial essentialism. So, you know, yeah, it makes sense that like the industry is reacting in that way to be like, oh, okay, well, they actually did a really good job of changing that over for 5e. What can we do to do something similar? You know, yeah. We're going back to Monkey. Okay, now, don't spoil. I'm already seeing stuff that's gonna make me not happy about Fighter. Now, Barbarian. Okay. So, let's do this takeaway doc. And I'm going to post this over on my Patreon whenever it's all done. So, if you like what I'm doing around here, you want to help out all that good business, go check out the Patreon, where you can get goodies like my thoughts on the Unearthed Arcana in a nice formatted PDF for you to check out. And you can keep up to date with what all I got going on and get some other goodies for your games. Now, okay, cool. All right, so Barbarian. I don't know why that looked really wrong whenever I first typed it. I don't know what I thought I typed there. Barbarian. Okay. We can get rid of all this for formatting. There we go. Okay. Yeah. I'm just making sure the spacing was right. Now, he got indirectly nerfed. Okay, so there's all the flavor text in there, yada yada yada. Here's the main updates to the class since its last playtest version. Danger Sense returns to level 2. It returns if you... Okay. It works now even if you have the blinded or deafened condition. Okay. Weird. I don't know why they would do that. I don't think that this was a necessary buff. At all, honestly. I'm just going to write that down in the takeaway real quick. Not sure why Danger Sense got the buff. Okay. It's less effective to go Barbarian Fighter and Brawly Tavern Shaker. God, you hate this so much. Reckless attack now grants advantage on your strength-based attack rolls until the start of your next turn, which means an opportunity attack can benefit, as can subclass features like retaliation. Wait. Was that... what? Oh, because reckless attack is only for the turn, right? This turn. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I see what they were doing there. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yep. That's actually pretty decent buff for Barbarian overall. Primal Knowledge move from third. Okay, yep. Instinctive Pounce. Everything has been imported. Brutal Critical returns to level 9 and now deals 1d12 extra damage on a crit. This damage increases at higher levels. Oh, they want to make it like painfully clear what all was going on with like great weapons and everything like that. Make it to where everyone's on a flat, like level playing field. This is something that I'm like, I'm fine with. I was honestly fine with people if they wanted to roll the 2d6 and then 4d6 whenever they crit. I was like, whatever. And like crit mechanics in D&D aren't really fantastic anyways, so this is just making it a lot more clear, and that's fine. Good. I'm all for more clear. Yeah. Relentless Rage returns to level 11, yada yada. Indomitable Might now returns to level 18 and now applies a strength. Oh no. Ooh. Ooh. That does not have a really good cadence. I like Primal Champion way more at 18th level because you would get the ASI, and then at 19th level, if you still weren't at the full 24, you could still improve it there. But like now it's like, oh, I know that this is coming up, so I better rush to get as much of my strength stuff in right here, and then Primal Champion comes on. I just don't think that this Capstone is really fantastic. I think that Primal Champion, if you were like, if Primal Champion released the threshold at like 10th level for you to improve up there, and then you have the other ASIs that you can invest into that later on with, I think that would have been way better for him. 4th, 8th, right? Yeah, 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, and then 19th. Why did it look like they had another one in here? They don't. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking there. Now, you miss Unlimited Rage. You know, it was cool, but it was also going to be a juggled chainsaw all the time, so I can see why they might be getting rid of that. Okay. I'm still just kind of taking notes on this. So, Primal Champion is back to its odd coming before removing the without the improvements or increases. There we go. Feels like a decent choice at 11th level. It feels like it comes on too late and adds a pressure to build toward throughout the classes. Like, that's kind of what I feel about Primal Champion right there. I just don't think that it's a fantastic feature, because when I say fantastic, I don't necessarily mean that it's weak or it's poor, whatever. One sec, I'm just going to save this document. I think that Playtest 7. There we go. I think that really the problem with it becomes once you see that that's on your sheet, once you see that like that's coming up for like 20th level, it feels really weird. Like it doesn't feel quite right that I see that and I'm like, ooh, wait, I have to make the math make sense as I'm building into my ASIs with that thing, because it's not really a feature that carries itself. It's a feature that relies on you building into it from future ability score improvement, or sorry, previous ability score improvements, and that feels really weird. I don't like the quote unquote anxiety that comes with looking at a Barbarian, seeing that feature is coming up later on, and you're like, in order for me to get the most out of that, this is what I got to do to build into that, like way earlier on, and like I can't take certain feat choices. I can't, because like this is coming up. I can't do some of the other stuff in the game because this is a thing that I want to get the most out of. And it feels really weird to me. I'm not a huge fan of the feature, despite the fact that we know bigger number good. Yay. Really fun. But like I feel like there's an odd conflict there. With Primal Champion, like I said, if they just like remove the 20 score maximum at like 10th level and allowed you, and they were like, now you can build above that up to a new maximum of this. You know, we don't want to like have a perceived loss of value happening here. You want to know my opinions on the new Counterspell? I will write that down as something I need to take a look at. Yeah, I'll definitely look that up. Okay. So, range got to change. We no longer have unlimited uses of it at higher levels, which, let's be real here, not many people are playing it there anyways, and like it is a feature that probably should come with some restrictions. That's fine. Yeah. I'm not a huge hater on that one. But with the new rage, you can imbue yourself with a primal power that is called your rage, a force that grants you extraordinary might and resilience. You can enter it as a bonus action provided you aren't wearing heavy armor. You can wear medium armor with it. Wait, you couldn't previously, right? Is that a buff? No, it was only heavy armor. Okay, I thought we had this problem whenever I was looking at Battle Rager 2, where I was like, oh wait, but you can't even use it. Yeah, okay, so I keep forgetting you can actually wear medium armor. You can. Yeah. Thank you. You get the damage resistance. Okay, rage damage when you make an attack using strength or an unarmed strike. Okay, so right here, this is actually a shadow buff. This attack with a weapon using strength, it no longer specifies that it must be a melee weapon. So this right here means that you can now rage and throw, melee weapon right here. You can rage and throw javelins, and it's going to carry over to the damage of like thrown axes and stuff like that. So that actually is a buff that isn't totally spelled out here. You gain a bonus to the damage that increases as you gain levels as a barbarian. And did that change much at all? Oh, here we go. I think the rage damage looks essentially the same. Okay. You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. You can't maintain concentration or cast spells. Okay. It ends at the end of your next turn. Oh, okay. Okay, so it ends at the end of your next turn. It ends early if you don heavy armor or have the incapacitated condition. Quick, someone throw the helmet on the barbarian. If your rage is still active in your next turn, you can extend the rage. Okay, so this is something I'll say real quick. Like, honestly, I do like the way that Pathfinder conveys rage a lot more than what they do over here for D&D. The way that they have it written for D&D is so wordy and cluttered. Over in Pathfinder, rage is actually really useful. You're not really, if I'm remembering this right, you aren't tracking a whole lot of uses of it, and you can just continue to do it as long as you don't have exhaustion, essentially, from what I remember. So the Pathfinder rage, I actually give it big ups on over the D&D rage. Yeah. You can extend the rage, so doing so by making an attack roll against an enemy. Okay, we're codifying that is going to be a term. Okay. Force an enemy to make a saving throw. Take a bonus action to extend your rage. So you can't cast a spell to do this because, yep. So now grappling is going to extend the duration of the rage. Take a bonus action to extend the rage. There you go. This is good. This is overall, mechanically, this is better. It's better. You imagine it's like putting a pacifier on a baby? Yeah. No. Oh, hey Karen, how's it going? Each time you rage, each time the rage is extended. Okay, it lasts until the end of your next turn, and you can maintain a rage up to 10 minutes. I don't think that that's necessary to put in there. I mean, it's just not really practical that people are going to be doing that anyways. You can enter your rage a number of times, shown for your barbarian level in the rage's K, and then you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, so taking damage does not extend it, right? Yeah. Taking damage should probably make a comeback. Of taking damage. I don't really care that some people are like gamifying it or whatever. Like, I would just say make it to where the enemy, if they are dealing damage to you, it can extend the rage. Let's codify enemy as a mechanic and then go from there, right? This is overall it is a glow up. I think mechanically this is probably going to be better, but I think that they could convey it a lot easier. I think that there's ways that they could edit this down to where this really, I mean, if we're thinking about practical play, while you aren't wearing heavy armor, yeah, okay. Being stunned needs to end the rage. It narratively, it just needs to. I know some people might not be a big fan of that, but it needs to. Yeah. They wanted to keep player agency. Well, yeah, but I mean, you're gonna get attacked. That should be like, you will be attacked. That's a thing, you know. So like, yeah. No, we haven't. We just started. Yeah, we just now started. The bonus action to extend it is kind of whatever. It's just, it's always kind of odd to me that it's like, well, there's the rage thing, and then if people are saying like, well, we want more uses for rage outside of combat, why? Like, make it a combat feature. Yeah. Well, yes, it narratively fits. It doesn't feel fun. What do you mean the stun thing? I wouldn't freak out about that. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. The defensive tool falls apart when used defensively. How many? Wait, how many? Yeah, like Phil is saying, what there really aren't that many creatures that are causing the stun condition to occur. The stun to enrage. No, that's not even a thing to get slightly worked up about. No. If you become incapacitated, there you go. Like, yeah, you're incapacitated. Something is like, we need to have some. Yeah, not everything can be all like, yeah, let's all do cocaine and play D&D. Yeah, you know, like, we need some healthy, like, measures kind of put into the game, and narrative really does need to have a precedent in here. So, like, if we're talking about stun, like, they could roll to possibly keep their rage. Here's the problem. It's not in the fact that the incapacitated condition ends it. It's still in the fact that rage has a limited number of uses. They could get rid of this. They're not going to, though. The thing is, like, they're pushing D&D more towards being a resource management game, and this is going to continue being a problem right here. Rages 2. Like, the number of uses of it that they're going to keep tracking. Oh, and by the way, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, in Pathfinder, Barbarian doesn't have to track their rages. So, like, you know, like, other games do that. Like, other games do the infinite rage idea. So, like, why, you know, we could get away from it. We can, all right? People have done it. So, like, I would prefer if marshals don't have to track crap. You know, for the classes flavor is I do D&D cocaine and do wacky shit. It's more annoyed with the flavor of it, which is why they keep getting the flavor for balance. It's, like I said, it is a problem. Yeah, okay, Pathfinder 2nd Edition does not need resources to rage. Yeah. So, like, they could do a version of this where you don't need to track a number of uses. I don't know that they will, but yeah. Yeah. Now, if part of the feel bad is a result of, well, I'm going to miss out on this use of this thing, then the thing that's probably going on there that's telling me is that the uses need to go away, not the narrative core of it, right? Yeah. Well, other games aren't the world's greatest. Oh, man. That's so fucking funny. Now, all right. So, this is going to be kind of a qualm for me with Rage. I don't like the tracking of the uses of it. It's just kind of meh. They are getting the weapon mastery. Okay. They're getting their unarmored defense. They can still use the shielding at that benefit, so that is all the same. Ooh. Oh, yeah. That's right. Okay. Is there anything... 2 kinds of simple or martial? Okay, yeah, it's all the same, right? You can practice weapon drills. Okay. Alright. So, the weapon mastery thing, I've also been pretty vocal on this. I think that weapon mastery is going to be one of the things that's going to bog down an already slow system. Weapon masteries are going to make it to where Now martialists, like, yeah, sure, they're most likely going to rely on their bread and butter of like, aha, this is the thing that does that, right? Like, neat. But I feel like weapon masteries are just cantrips by another name, and that feels not super fantastic. Yeah. 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 Hey, how's it going, Sketchy? Now, I don't really have too much to say about weapon masteries. This is the way that they're going to go with the system. To me, I disagree with it, but that's just whatever. Yeah. Now, danger sense. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws provided you don't have the incapacitated condition. This is all dexterity saving throws. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws provided you don't have the incapacitated condition. That's, I mean, that's good. Like, yeah. Seeing your above comment about the barb rules from Pathfinder, if I wish. What about it? Barbarian can fly into rage only once per encounter. First level, he can use his rage ability once per day. I think that's Pathfinder First Edition, because Pathfinder Second Edition uses gender-neutral pronouns whenever they're talking about class mechanic. Will weapon masteries multi-class stack? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I haven't really, like, I mean, if you get 2 of these weapon masteries here, my guess is they shouldn't, because if you go over to like do a 1 level dip in fighter and you're getting as many of these things as you would be getting at 10th level in barbarian, that probably needs to go away. I would assume for the health of the game, it doesn't need to be there. Yeah, that they don't need to be able to stack. The danger sense is a good mechanic. I mean, like, this is good. This is strong. I don't really know what more to say about that. Yeah. I mean, it's advantage on dexterity saving throws. All advantage, all dexterity saving throws. As long as you're not incapacitated. This is way, way strong. You think marshals just need higher and stronger saving throws in general compared to the spellcaster counterparts who get to cast spells to undo the things that they're affected with? Yeah, maybe. If weapon mastery were to be removed, how should weapons be made more interesting then? I think that people need to just appreciate them for what they are. I don't think that you really need to add a whole bunch of other stuff in on the top of weapons to make them more interesting, quote unquote. I think that there's an aspect of overcomplication that is about to happen here. You know how Skyrim can be improved with a couple mods, right? Like, yeah, I want some stuff that's going to enhance my base game, where, like, you know, the lighting is going to be different, maybe a bit more resources all around here, and then suddenly whenever you start stacking on, like, oh, okay, well, here's this one sword, but now this person has added in, like, 40 different combat mechanics for this one sword, and it's like, am I ever going to, number one, am I ever going to use all that? Number two, this feels like it's kind of a bit complicated to use now. Now, I get that a lot of people like more complicated gameplay, and that's fine. Like, if that's what you want to do, like, that's all good. To me, it's just really not the kind of thing that I personally want to do. I think that what people should probably be cool with is the fact that an attack can just be you're swinging a weapon to deal damage, and it doesn't need to be a whole layer of, well, you see, because I took, like, jujitsu, I really would like to see more out of the attack action to where we can do X, Y, Z. Yeah, you know. Has well over 1,000 mods in Skyrim, sure, but so it's different for everybody, you know. To me, the thing that feels good, at least, is, like, what are the weapon properties? We've got reach. We've got, like, okay, so a polearm is longer, and I can hit out further with that. All right, cool. Like, it doesn't need to be much more, like, what are we stacking on top of that? Oh, because I'm using a maul, suddenly I can trip someone now. What? What? Huh? You know, it just for me, it's, yeah. The Baldur's Gate 3 weapon abilities over numerical buffs and situational effects make it simple and also add something more than Ice Swing. I haven't actually gotten in on Baldur's Gate 3 like with a martialist, and really I barely played it at all. I haven't really had the time to, but yeah. Just tie specific attacks to certain weapons. But what, like, yeah, you know, like I guess, yeah. There's so many things that I think people are like, yeah, but I want to do this huge lineup of things with with weapons or whatever. And it seems like the more and more we keep talking about it, the more it sounds like it's either spells by a different name, or it sounds like it's flat numerical buffs because people think that martials aren't doing enough damage for some reason. Or 3, it sounds like they want to express everything that they learned from like martial arts or something over in D&D, and that's also like it. I just think that if you want that level of expression, that probably needs to be handled by a subsystem that you plug in later on, rather than handled by the base game. Like, yeah, they just removed. Wait, they removed flex? Weapons are bad spells that only martials get? No, they aren't. They aren't. Spells, here, I'll tell you what, you want to know, this is the hot take of Terran here, that, like, yeah, people are going to hate me on this, and now that I got 80, what is it, 80, there's 80 of you on YouTube, like the stream, all right, like it, do all the things, all right. There's one of you over on Twitch right now. Let me just let you know right now. Here's what needs to happen with D&D 5e. Spellcasters and magic needs a nerf. I think that the game could be in a really good state if they were willing to reel back the power of spellcasters. At that point, people are not going to be complaining about the issue of, like, quote unquote, like martials being less superior or whatever. Spellcasters and magic in D&D needs a nerf. A system-wide nerf. Once you do that, you're looking... Yeah, I think... Once you do that, martials are looking pretty good because they're much more reliable. They have the resources. You've lowered the overall resource pool here. And whenever they're talking about, like, well, yeah, spells are intentionally overtuned in order to, like, hit tradition or what the hell ever. Like, okay, so limit the number of times that they can do this thing that you know is overtuned. You know? Yeah. So yeah, you think I'm correct? You're just stating it as it is now. Like, have a like for listening to your hot. No, it's not like, you know. And whenever I'm doing these kinds of discussions or whatever, it's not like I never get mad or anything or whatever like that or salty or anything. It's like there's some things that I have noticed as I've been designing for this game that, at least if I'm just spouting like my observations, what I'm seeing is they are going to overcomplicate a system whose real strength was in onboarding people to TTRPGs.
Can't
really
wait for
easily.
you to see the Counterspell.
Dragonikiri, hey, thank you so much for the $2. And yeah, we will take a look at that one. We will. Okay, so with Reckless Attack, they got the change whenever you take your first attack roll on a turn. Oh, and whoever that was, welcome. Oh, Raiden Man. Hey, welcome. Now, okay, Reckless Attack. When you make your first attack roll on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on attack rolls using strength until the start of your next turn, but attack rolls against you have advantage during that time. Okay. Yep. Increase the duration. I'm totally fine with that. Yep. What's new with Barb? We're still taking a look at all that. We just got started. TLDR, you will be able to see it in the takeaway document, but it's also in the UA. Rage is getting tweaks. There's also some nerfs sort of happening in here. Yeah. The reckless attack change. Yeah. Here, how about I do this? Keep... Sure, let's do this. I'll organize it. There we go. Personally, look, with Primal Champion, I don't know. Well, I feel like organizing it like this is going to be odd. We won't do that. Yep, not sure why Dangerousness got the buff. There we go. The bonus action to continue the rage. Okay. Oh, this needs to be body text bulleted. Sweet. Okay. On a scale of True Strike to Fireball, how bad will the document be? Oh, I have no idea. We have no idea. They overall though, like what I'm seeing here, they are addressing some things that are definitely like what I would say are nice quality of life changes. There are buffs happening where like Danger Sense is objectively better. Like Danger Sense got a buff, and that is it's just universally a better buff. You no longer have to see it or hear it. Wait, right? I don't even think that you had to hear it. Danger Sense was originally just if you can see the effect, right? Yeah, you can't be blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. So they got rid of these two right here. And they don't spell this out anymore, such as traps or spells. Man, that's tricky. It became Spidey Sense. Yeah, but I think even Spider-Man... Well... I don't know, man. It's alright. Alright, yeah. You would accept casters having access to slots. Wait. Being regenerated a spell slot with one long rest. Oh, yeah. I think most everyone agrees that the issue is the overabundance of resources available to casters. Once you start nerfing that back, and then like you're not going to really complain too much about marshals anymore. People just think that like there's this nebulous idea that like all spellcasters have this infinite pool of versatility and flexibility and high utility that marshals just simply can't access, whenever that's just not really the case. They have options to potentially do that. The thing is, they have oversaturated the amount of availability that spellcasters have to get a hold of all that stuff, right? So the fact that there are feats that get you like 3 spells that you can get, way too much. Way too much. If you nerf it back to where like, if we're talking about like spellcasters, okay, you get 2 cantrips and you get 2 first level spells at first level, right? You don't get another cantrip until like 9th level. Now people are like, oh, wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry, but it needs to happen. That is an infinite attack pool that scales with you easily, that you are not relying on like having the weapon on your hand or anything like that. You got these cantrips. They are very, very good. They also have a source of utility in them as well. Like, yeah, 2 cantrips and 1 spell slot at first level is stronger than BA. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is whenever you start reeling back the power of spellcasters, marshals start to look a lot nicer. The thing is, we've just got so much bloat happening right now in the system. And if you want to call it power creep, sure, but the fact of the matter is, spellcasters have way too many toys. And we need to pull some away, not throw a bunch of toys at everything else in the game, because this is what leads to everybody, buzzword of the gaming industry, power creep. All right, people are going to keep eventually thinking we need to keep throwing more and more stuff on this to make it keep up with whatever. Yeah, if you look at like the base level stuff here for what's happening in the game now, guys, there's homebrew that we were making that doesn't go this far. Like, if you look at homebrew that we were publishing in like 2018, 2019, 2020, or yeah, 2020, we were not pushing this level of feature bloat in on any class. This is a very bloaty barbarian right now, right? We have rage, okay, core, yeah, keep it. Unarmored defense, that's a good passive feature. Weapon mastery feels like two features kind of bundled in here. It's feature bloat. It is, yeah. Now, you do want a game where all spells are cantrips at the only scale if you spend your spell slots to do it. You should go check out Vagabond. Primal knowledge. List of the skills available to the barbarian. While your rage is active, you can channel the primal power to yada yada yada. You can make it as a strength check, even if it uses it as a different ability. Yep. Okay. I think that was the same. They moved it. Where? Oh, to 3 from 2. Gotcha. Okay. Now, you kind of want certain individual spells nerfed instead of reducing spell slots. You like having spell slots for Fireball, but Fireball is too powerful for their level. Yeah, we need to get rid of reduced spell slots. Like, you can even nerf Fireball. Like, if you nerf Fireball and you reduce the amount of damage that every spell does by like 1 die in D&D, I'm still saying the problem is that they have too many resources. It's not a damage output thing. It is a resource availability thing. And once you start doing that, casters actually feel like without really getting rid of a ton of the power, we can even start looking at things like arcane recovery, or like if we start reducing the number of spell slots that they have overall, I could look at things like arcane recovery and be like, they should have another use of that per long rest at, I don't know what level, but yeah. Do barbarians have advantage on perception checks to hear the limitations of women? Apparently. Yeah. Like, they can solve social issues for one spell slot. I mean, if you're literally doing that level of it, I think that's also, like, greatly overstating the amount of power that's kind of going on with the spell. If you're like, well, my hands are tied because they use the spell slot, I don't know. I mean, not every spell is silvery barbs, but yeah. It was never a damage issue. The 11th level bard in your party and I do less damage than everyone. Yeah, I don't think it's, yeah, I really don't think it's a damage number issue. I really just think it's a resource pool issue. Just the vast availability of it and everything. They get the ASI, they get the extra attack, they get fast movement. Feral Instinct, you get advantage on initiative rolls. Is that different? Did they split that up? Maybe not. Okay. Okay, this is why they got rid of the unlimited rage right here. Yep, that's part of why they got rid of it. This is giving you a boost right here. It's not dash, but it's a very nice bump for sure. The moment that you enter that rage, they don't want you just spamming the rage to like, oh, okay, well, I enter it. Now I end it. And then now I enter it again to get the speed boost and just keep going and running around the battlefield like crazy. So, if you want to look at something in particular as to why they got rid of it for unlimited uses, it's this right here. So, as a part of the bonus action you use to enter your rage, you can move to half your speed. I actually would prefer this over having unlimited rage. I would. This is a great positioning tool for Barbarian who really, really needs it. If anything, they needed to get this way earlier. Instinctive Pounce is quite good. Brutal Critical has just been unified to where it's very clear what damage type or what damage die you're getting, and then the increase right here. This is, yeah. That is 60 feet of movement with a 30 foot base walking speed. Nope, up to half your speed. So we're getting like, what? Okay, so we're getting the 10 right here, so up to 40, and then right up here, the extra 20. So maybe that's where you're coming up with the 60 like that. But yeah, they need that. They do. They need a just 1.5 on the first round of combat. Yep. But I mean, realistically, this is your first round of combat right here. Is bonus action into the rage, run and do the thing. Right now, they could just straight up give it to you during that first round of combat. But like, I don't mind the fact that it's tied into the rage as well. Because right here with it being tied into a rage, you can get it multiple times during the combat encounter. As long as you burst the rage use. I think that's fine. Yeah. If they went with an unlimited rage thing, then what they should do is say that's only on the first turn of combat. But as it currently sits, this is pretty alright, you know. So, Brutal Critical. That's been unified, and I'm pretty alright with the changes overall to that. Relentless Rage. If you drop to 0 hit points while your rage is active, you don't die outright. Yep. Twice your barb. Okay, yeah. That is mostly the same, I think. No, it's 1 hit point instead over here that did get a buff. Because it was twice your Barbarian level. That's a big buff. That's a very, very big buff. DC 11 Constitution saving throw. So you would pop up with eventually the Barbarian, whenever you hit them, drop them to 0 hit points. DC 10 Constitution saving throw for them to pop back up with 40 hit points. And then the DC would increase by 5. So DC 10, you're going to pass that. It's going to happen. All right. DC 15, most likely you're passing that, especially because you're going to be bumping up that Constitution score. We lost unlimited range for rage for a broken synergy with an old optional feat, and for a pretty unbalanced relentless rage. This is actually the wrong direction. Oh yeah, no. I got it. Yeah, proficient with con saves. The thing I'm just looking at here is this got buffed, but not in a way that I think is. It's okay. Here's my deal. I don't like the direction that this has gone in now. Because I like the idea that the Barbarian is the Brock Samson murder machine. I like that idea a lot. This feels like this is probably too good. But I'm not sure where. I'm not sure how. Like, the amount of hit points that you're getting is crazy good. This is not a hard one to pass. Oh, when you finish a short or long rest? What? What did they do to Zealot? Hang on. What? They give you incorporeal movement? Okay, at least it's a long rest. Jesus. Oh, oh God. um. Oh, you know how I would fix this actually? Yeah, yeah, that's what I would do. Here, I'll tell you how you fix this. You make it spend the use of the rage. If it spends the use of a rage and they're only like if they're only able to get the rages back on a long rest. Yeah. This needs to go away. It doesn't need to be a short rest. They need to pop a use of the rage in order to do this. This is too whack-a-mole right now. I like it. Like I said, I like the idea of the relentless rage thing. I like what it wants to be. As this is currently sitting, it's too strong. This is a buff, but it is way too scary. It would conflict with persistent rage. Yeah, and then you regain one use of it. Oh, no, it doesn't conflict. No, it doesn't conflict. Cool. Well, you get that once per combat. Yeah. And then if you spend all the uses of it, and then you use the one for aggression rather than this right here, well, that's what you used it for. I'd be fine with that. No, I'd be 100% fine with that. Yeah. Here's the issue, Indestructible Boy. I'm correct, but why am I having to homebrew the update to fix Barbarian? I mean, you know, they're working on it. It's in the playtest and all that stuff, and yeah. At least my thought is Relentless Rage needs to require a use of your rage in order for you to do the pop-up thing, or else this is going to wind up being a whack-a-mole situation. Yeah. You don't even think it's going to come up a lot? Yeah, but I still think that it should be working in a way that I don't think is disruptive for the system. I think that this is probably pretty disruptive. This feels too... There's something about this interaction I'm not a huge fan of. Yeah. And I'm not saying, like, get rid of the feature. I'm just saying, like, it's... Alright, so this is a matter of throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. There's some aspects of this that I'm thinking are probably not going to stick around. If you make this use a use of your rage, I don't even think you need to do the saving throw. Yeah, no, you know what? Here, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Get rid of the saving throw. Use a use of the rage to where you pop back up. Give them the option to do that. Because as of right now, you're way too spongy. And yeah, that's way too much. Indomitable Might. Okay. Now, this is actually less good because grapple and shoves aren't a strength check anymore. I mean, this stuff up here. Oh, no. Oh, no. This has got to get deleted. This can't be here. Nope. Nope. This has got to go away. Woo! Yep. Yep. Now you guys caught. Yeah. This is going to be Clockwork Sorcerer all over again, except it's probably not as rough, but no, it's probably going to be just as rough with Primal Champion and everything. We got to come up with a different 18th level. This is really not healthy for the game, like right here, and this is why you can't just stay in a rage permanently. We just need a different feature in here at 18th level. It can be other stuff. Yeah, I stare at it until it is boring. They need a different 18th level. This needs to go away. This is too strong. What is it? Indomitable Might? What was that feature called? Primal Knowledge. Okay, there we go. So for those of you that are just listening, not really watching along, basically what I said is Indomitable Might is an extremely unhealthy skill floor with worse issues than Clockwork Soul Sorcerer in combination with the strength checks on Primal Knowledge. The feature isn't exciting either, so this could be scrapped entirely, and I feel the Barbarian would be better for it. I would rather have more power budget opened up for something else coming along at 18th level than Indomitable Might. Yeah. You haven't dug into Clockwork Soul because of the OP analysis. What am I referring to as a quick sidebar? They have a trance that allows them to use whenever they're making attack rolls, saving throws, and oh god, hang on one sec. Basically, it's a skill floor that makes it to where practically you aren't able to roll below I think we did the math on it, and it was like a 16. But if it's a charisma, like D20 roll, you will always be rolling like a 19 or a 20 or above. Yeah, so you enter this trance for 1 minute. Bonus action, enter the trance. For the duration, attack rolls against you can't benefit from advantage, and whenever you make an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you treat a roll of 9 or lower on the D20 as a 10. Absolutely, this should not be existing in the game whatsoever. This is way too good. Being able to treat any attack roll you're making, like with spells, as what is effectively going to be probably a 21 just by default. Like, you can't roll below a 21. 6 from the charisma, 6 from the proficiency bonus, 5 from your charisma modifier cannot exist in the game. That is way too good. Yeah, this is every time that they're doing a skill floor, I'm immediately thinking this is too good for D&D. Anytime they're just like auto succeed, yeah, there should be failure present somewhere. This is a 0 failure option right here, and it's not even fun because like there's a roll that you make in the game is just telling you disregard that roll. That doesn't matter that you can do that. Yeah. This does not. This is a really unhealthy feature. Now. So I'm not a huge fan of the skill floor at the 18th level. I mean, everything up until like right around 15th and above, unless it was Relentless Rage. Yeah, everything leading up until like 11th level, I feel like these are pretty decent buffs overall. Buffs and quality of life fixes. Overall for the Barbarian, yeah, I like everything from 1st to 10th level. I'll take it. But 11th level and above, this Barbarian feels like it's getting to be a problem. So rather than say, well, it doesn't matter anyways because like people never play up there. No, get out of here, nerd. That's not the way I look at the game. I think we can make a Barbarian that has interesting and exciting features at all levels of play that are not disruptive. We've done it before. We can do it again. Yeah. So, is Berserker in here? Okay. Okay, reckless. If you use reckless attack while your rage is active, you can deal extra damage on the first target. Okay. Roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. This damage has the same type as the... Okay, you all right? Cool. I still would have preferred another attack, but whatever. We'll take this. That's fine. It's basically like a new sneak attack thing built into here. Is it really that strong? It is. It is that strong. It's oh, you're talking about for this thing for Barbarian? I don't think that skill floors should exist in D&D. I don't believe that D&D, a really much a mini tabletop role-playing game, needs to exist with skill floors. Because skill floors are manipulation of an improv game where the very ethos of the improv game should be yes and, right? And that yes and, what's feeding that for you is, yes, I have this idea here, but the yes and also comes with the dice potentially being like, well, here's my yes and, right? The dice aren't giving you a no but. They're giving you a yes and with that's what happened and this is what occurred as a result of that, right? You are trying to influence the story here with the dice also having the ability to say, well, you tried and that's what you did, but complications may have arisen or something like that, right? D&D having skill floors is getting rid, I think, centrally attacks the idea of what it means to have an improv game. It's Any suggestions for what to replace it? Off the top of my head, I don't know. I could probably sit with it for a little while, but Wizards of the Coast needs to hire me on before I start giving them ideas for free. So, yeah. Now, with this one, Mindless Rage, this is sure. All right, cool. Them getting a block for the Frightened condition, I think is so good that this probably should be over in the base Barbarian somewhere. The charm thing is kind of whatever. Like, I think that they could do more with the 6th level. They really, yeah. Another extra attack would have even been better. I would, yeah, sure. Like, did they finally drop actively maintaining rage? No, I mean like you're still like in the rage state and everything. Retaliation. When you take damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to make one melee attack against that creature using a weapon or an unarmed strike. You can just unify that an unarmed strike is a melee attack, and you don't have to keep referencing this all the time. Wizards of the Coast. Yeah. Now, when you take damage from a creature that's within 5 feet of you. You're going to have to really not give them any other option. And like, I mean, you're a fucking lawnmower at this point. At like 11th level, even if the enemies kill you, they don't kill you. This Barbarian has an insane amount of potential health. Man, that's okay. That is tricky. And now you get advantage on retaliation with that change to reckless attack. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, oof. No, that capstone is terrible. That needs to go away. Okay. This intimidating presence, this does not need to be here. This is at best a defensive feature. At worst, like Barbarian does not need to be frightening things, unless the frightening thing would also lock them down in some way. The best that this is right here is getting minions off of you. And Barbarian doesn't care about that. They just don't. Intimidating presence, despite like the narrative idea of a Barbarian like scaring stuff by just being a big scary dude out on the battlefield, that might sound cool, but in all reality, this has really bad play feel. It's partially because the frightened condition itself is antithetical to what you want to be doing as a frontliner. As a frontliner, what needs to be going on is if you frighten something, because like, give them speed 0, right? So if you frighten a thing, what it does is it has to run away from you. You as a barbarian, or it can't in its turn any closer to you or something like that in 5e, right? As a barbarian, that's not great for you, because what you want to do, if the intention is that this is going to provoke an opportunity attack, number one, this is coming online too late. Number two, you got retaliation up here, so you're already eating up your reaction for what would be able, or what you would be able to do as an opportunity attack. So this is coming on too late to really be effective at all, and it's not even helpful to you as a frontliner to be doing this thing, unless you were able to paralyze them with fear somehow, in which case that would actually be looking quite good. But the fact that you just, like, they have to run away from you makes this feature really not fantastic. This is actually worse. Yeah, I would actually say that you basically don't have any features after 10th level. I hate seeing power budget eaten up right here for this right here. And if all the other ones are getting 2 3rd level features, this Barbarian is still very deprived. This Berserker, I don't think this Berserker's good. I think this one needs to cook even longer. I think that they need to get rid of intimidating presence. They probably... What if you said while you're raging right here with retaliation and move that to 3rd level? I still want the bonus action. I mean, this works and it adds on to retaliation, but this Berserker doesn't really feel great. This is... There's some playstyle issues happening in here. Berserker. Presence. Is still an issue. It's anti-lockdown on a class that could seriously benefit from lockdown. Still feels feature deprived. Retaliation the 3rd and extra attack 14th. If they got them, hey, what up, Crow? If they got them extra attack as like their capstone, I'll take it. Yeah, they tried to invalidate Ben's pugilist. That's what it looks like they're trying to go after right now. It's just fucking weird. Yeah, all right. Okay, the Wild Heart is going to be the new name for the Totem Warrior. Because I guess we're just asking Larian Studios to make the game for us now. Beast Sense and Speak with Animals, only as rituals. Rage of the Wilds, activate your rage, choose 2 damage types other than force or psychic, and then you get resistance to those. I told y'all they were gonna nerf it. It's gonna be nerfed. Yeah. Yeah, the former design was too powerful. It now allows you to gain resistance to 2 damage types of your choice. This is the kind of nerf that we need to see happen to spellcasters system wide. We need to see them be willing to remove a big old toy. They need to pull a toy. Yeah. Can we have Larry make 5th edition, the next edition instead? Yeah. Eagle. Oh. You can take the disengage and dash action as a bonus action while your rage is active. You can take both the disengage and the dash action. Huh. Wow. Ooh, whoa. Wolf Totem Supremacy. Holy shit, Wolf, that is a huge buff. Oh, wait. Oh, it's melee only. Ooh.
Dwarf goblins.
It is better pack tactics, yeah. What was that? Hey, Alan Dreher. Hey, welcome, welcome. Wolf Totem's very good now. Wolf Totem is very good right now. It's not... Pack tactics can still work on ranged weapon attacks. This one can't. This is still good. Yeah, Wolf Totem has been good. But the thing is, like, if you weren't going bear, you just weren't building this Barbarian right. Now, however, Wolf is looking really solid. It only works on melee attack rolls. Which, okay, so Wolf with a, you know, you go Wolf and then you have a party rogue that goes up there and yada, whatever. Fighter or, yeah. It is only frontline stuff. Yeah. Oh, Bernardo, man, I'm sorry to hear about that. But, yeah, I mean, yeah, I hope for the best, my dude. Yeah, I'm sorry, man, that sucks. But, I mean, it's glad to hear it's working out for you. Unless you can... Wolf is just the best if you have at least another melee. Yeah. I don't know about the best. I don't know about the best. Stop doing this. Stop doing this. Let them change it. Not every time. Okay. Here, Wizards of the Coast, I'm going to throw you a freebie here, alright? I'm going to throw you a freebie. You see how you gave them that they can cast these, but only as rituals? Allow them to swap it out by consulting with the spirits, rather than on their, whenever you gain a Barbarian level. Allow them to swap it out whenever they cast either of these as a ritual. Beast sense or speak with animals, so they're conferring with another, like, animal, right? Right? So allow them to swap it whenever they conduct this ritual right here. Do that. Because these are not... none of these are so strong that I would say that we need to gate it behind. Like, yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you guys. Like, we have fixes for this stuff. We do. That needs to change whenever you conduct the ritual. It's flavorful. Boom. Sick. Yeah, don't throw them a freebie. Just say that you're putting in a vagabond and I'll get the idea. Hey, Seventh. Hey, welcome. They do a ritual that can be cool to even. Yeah. Right. It's part of the. You can only cast these spells as rituals. Animal speaker. Okay, so you consult with the spirits, and you can swap out your animal spirit thing and do that. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Aspects of the Wilds. Whenever you gain a barbarian level, you can change your choice. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Elephant. You gain proficiency in the athletics or insight skill. If you already have this proficiency in the skill, you get expertise in it instead. Yada, yada. Okay. All right. So... okay. That's fine. And the spider one. Okay, that's cute. Again, you're giving them more rituals. Let them change their path. Because here's what happens, all right? Whenever they get to like 20th level and they can't swap it out anymore, that just feels really weird. Let them swap it out. Let them swap it. Do that. Do that. Yeah. That way there's something they can do in the roleplay whenever the party is awkwardly flirting with each other in camp. Yeah. It falls off hard at 6th level. It does? Because they're suddenly getting the proficiencies or something? The notoriously athletic elephant. Power of the Wild. While your rage is active, this is with Lion. While your rage is active, any of your enemies within 5 feet of you have disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than another barbarian with this feature. You or another barbarian with this feature. Okay. While your rage is active, you have a fly speed equal to your speed, provided you aren't wearing any armor. Ram. While your rage is active, when you hit with a melee attack, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or have the prone condition. Okay. The third eye got a buff? Oh, my guys. All right. Yeah, if they do the change where they can swap this out, this barbarian looks much better. As of right now, this is kind of... All right, this is here. It needs a quality of life thing. Just do that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the takeaway doc. I'll basically just say Wild Heart, right? If you allow them to swap the spirits as a part of performing their spells, you have a way more pleasing narrative for this concept. There you go. Take that freebie. If you implement it, Watsy, you should probably give me a call. All right. Now let's take a look at the next one. The World Tree. What's the concept here? They are linked to the astral. Yeah, so okay. The world's the material plane, the distance plane. Okay, these barbarians are on their connections to the World Tree. It's a source of vitality. Okay. When you activate your rage, you regain a number of hit points equal to... That's why they can't give you infinite rage. At the start of each of your turns, while your rage is active, you can choose another creature within 10 feet of yourself to gain temporary hit points. To determine the number of temporary hit points, roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. If any of these temporary hit points remain when your rage ends, they vanish. How many d6s? So like 2 up to 4. So they are using rage as a resource. Good. That's what we were telling them they should have done 2 years ago. So yeah. So they're using it as a resource pool that you can generate like results out of now. It's kind of a healing barb. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, that's fine. Branches of the tree. While your rage is active, whenever a creature with use a reaction to summon spectral branches of the world tree around it, must succeed or be teleported to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of yourself or the nearest unoccupied space you can see. The space the target teleports to must be on the surface or liquid that can support it. Otherwise, the target doesn't teleport. Well, that's interesting. It's not better than Twilight Cleric because it's not in an AoE. It's a single target. It's fine. Yeah, this is support and control. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, this is, you can peel people off of your buddies. This is something that we've been wanting to do with a Barbarian for a while. I already with these two line up right here, I would play this Barbarian. Yeah. Battering Roots. Tendrils of the World Tree extend from your melee weapons. While you wield any melee weapon, your reach with that weapon increases by 10 feet. And when you hit with it, you can activate the topple or push or topple property, even if you're using another mastery property with that weapon. There's a lot of stuff that feels like, well, no, I guess I was thinking about the giant, and it doesn't quite feel like it's hitting that same theme here. Or same mechanics, rather. This is a very, very good tank. Like, already, this is a very good tank. I'm trying to think here. The extended reach is going to work out incredibly well with Sentinel. We'll have to see what Sentinel is kind of looking like now. I mean, with a reach of, what is it? So, yeah. Oh, I read the voluntary fail thing earlier. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Thanks for the $2, though. Yeah, I appreciate it. The voluntarily fail thing, this is the thing that they needed to codify. Yeah. So this is going to synergize directly with a couple different feats that you know are already going to be helping you out and doing a lot of lockdown. So Polearm Master, Sentinel, the classic 2, this is just even better with that. And then you can push or topple it.
You didn't read the voluntary fail, Satch.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, with a polearm, it's 20 feet. Yeah, it's just fucking scary. This is going to be a very dominant Barbarian. Very, very dominant. Travel along the tree. As an action, you can touch a huge or larger tree or a teleportation circle to create a link through the world tree to a teleportation circle somewhere else on the same world or on another plane of existence. When you do so, you can specify a target destination in general terms, such as the City of Brass on the elemental plane of fire, and you and up to 5 willing creatures within 30 feet of you appear at the teleportation circle closest to that destination. If a teleportation circle is too small to hold all the creatures you transported, they appear in unoccupied spaces closest to the circle. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. If you've run out of uses of this feature, you can expend 5 uses of your rage, choosing to activate this feature instead of rage. So, fast travel. That is 1 shard tree in the City of Brass, yeah. It's an action. Okay. So there may be ways to screw with this. I mean, someone creates a tree as an action, you get your buddies out of there. Okay. Bugbear with lunging maneuver now has a melee range of 30 feet. Oh, boy. This is a non-feature in a lot of homebrew settings where circles don't exist. Do trees exist? But that's such a very specific thing. That almost sounds like the setting was designed to fuck up this barbarian, which just sounds like a dick move. Path of the World Tree. This is... I like a lot of what this is doing. Huge trees aren't in Dark Sun. Why do you think they got rid of it? Yeah, birds don't exist. You know, honestly, like, this could have been probably a 10th. And then this would have been their 14th. But the problem is, like, this one's very cinematic, and it feels like they're ending it on this grand sequence of, oh, here's the big reveal. Whereas if they were swapped, Battering Roots doesn't feel quite like that, right? The 10th would be like very cinematic and quite cool, but this is a fast travel as an action under certain situations. And trees are government plants, brother. Yeah. I'm all right with this. I'm all right with this one. I think that the World Tree Barb is actually probably the best one I've seen so far. But we haven't seen the Zealot quite yet. So I'm curious, out of anything that I'm seeing here, I'm probably most curious about how this is all going to play out. I think that this is probably going to be fine. Branches of the Tree is fun. That's giving you hard control. This is going to be more of a tank barbarian, like what you're used to seeing in a MOBA, than a lot of other stuff. If you want to play a tank, if you want to play the like Guardian style tank of harder control via teleporting, whatever you want to say, this is the barbarian to do that with. I like it. I like it. Yeah. Okay, so any takeaways on that? World Tree. I will say this is the most interesting barbarian I've seen from Wizards Coast in quite some time. Happy to see a hard control play style finally appear in the I don't really have too many other notes on that. And the Capstone, like everything else that they're giving you is so good at fleshing out the play style. I think that World Tree is just, it's pretty spot on. Yeah. They moved, we haven't gotten there yet. Fighter got buffed again pretty hard. Right on. So with Zealot, they're getting Divine Fury. Now it allows you to determine the damage type of the necrotic or radiant you choose each time you deal the damage. Okay. All right, so you're able to punch smite over here. Warrior of the Gods. A divine entity helps ensure that you can continue the fight. When a spell or magic item restores any of your hit points, you can roll a d12 and regain additional. I told y'all they were gonna get. Oh, okay, yes, I told y'all this part of the feature right here. Despite the fact that it's very cool and good later on, it wasn't doing anything for you for 2 levels. Practically, it was a dead feature for a while. So now they buffed it. It needed it. All right, it did. When a spell or magic item restores any of your hit points, you can roll a d12 and regain additional hit points equal to the number rolled. You can use this benefit a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. In addition, if a spell such as Raise Dead has a sole effect of restoring you to life, the material component thing, it's right there. Mostly flavor, but it's quite good. All right, like it's very good flavor. Yep, that is actually that's a good buff. It is a buff. It is a buff. It's a good one. I think it's a good one in terms of the design intent. Okay, so Zealot. Level relevance. Here we go. Warrior is no longer a non-feature. Not sure what that might mean. Fanatical focus. If you fail a saving throw, your rage is active, you can re-roll it, and you must use a new roll. You can use this feature only once per active rage. Okay. Zealot's presence. As a bonus action, you can unleash a battle cry infused with divine energy. Up to 10 other creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. If you've run out of uses of this feature, you can expend the use of your rage to activate it instead of rage. Cool. 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 We're glad it's here. The incorporeal movement side of this is very interesting. Because unless I am just completely missing that, that was not on the original, right? Yep, because this is part of the base Barbarian now. You turn into a raging ghost that flies around and... oh, yeah, okay. When you're hit by an attack roll, you can use a reaction to turn that hit into a miss. Okay. The last paragraph, though. The form lasts for 1 minute, or drop to 0 hit points. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Yeah. That's solid. That's super solid. Yeah, that is a very nice capstone. And one that I prefer to see, that kind of limit break style thing over. Look at what? Intimidating presence. You can frighten things now. This is not good. This needs to go away. Yeah. Zealot. This new capstone is absolutely killer. I like the in feel between Zealot and World Tree, and wish to see that same narrative in the Berserker and Wild Heart. Boom. Okay. All right. Does that seem fair? We got through the Barbarian. Now, before we move on to any spellcasters, I've had people requesting this quite a lot. I guess before we really move on, I'm going to take a look at Counterspell. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Counterspell. Level 3 Abjuration. Okay. Casting time, a reaction which you take when you see a creature within 60 feet of yourself. Casting a spell with verbal, somatic, or material components. I think that's already spelling that out, so yeah. The range of 60 feet. Components are somatic. Duration is instantaneous. You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. The creature must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the spell dissipates with no real effect. And the action, bonus action, or reaction used to cast it is wasted. If that spell was cast from the spell slot, the slot isn't expended? Now they simplified it. We won't spend spell slots if NPCs do that on us. Right. Yeah, no need to upcast. Why did they buff it though? Yeah, I think they buffed it. Because it doesn't scale up in difficulty to pass this thing, right? Use your slots for reactions and utility. 9 spells are not that much. Yeah, especially with the fact that they still have all these spell slots and everything for all their full casters. Did they buff it though? Con is horrible to target. I mean, I'm not really worried about that. It's more so that, I mean, and I think that that's also like really wishy-washy. I don't really base it off of that. The fact that this is, you're forcing them to make a Constitution saving throw, there's not really any kind of an interplay that's happening in here. The Constitution saving throw is against your spell save DC, no matter the level of the spell. So even if they're casting it at 9th level, there's no interplay happening here. You know what this really screws up? You know how cool it was at the final end? Yeah, there we go. You know how cool it was at the very end of, oh, hey, Tom P. Thank you. Welcome. At the end of Critical Role Campaign 1, and yeah, we can spoil that now, all right? A lot of people, yeah. You can't do that same cool moment that happened at the end of Critical Role Season 1 with this Counterspell. There's a very interesting interaction that happens with Counterspell. The 5e Counterspell. And they don't get it here. The fact that you're having to judge what is the power of the thing that I am casting this with. But yeah. Well, yeah, the legendary resistance thing in here as well. So then I would just change legendary resistance to where it says like, or they fail a check against a spell or something like that. This is... I'm not a big fan of this change, actually. I don't know, some people might say that mechanically it's dealing with some issues that come up in the game. It's simpler, but like, oh god. Long rests might go away. Oh, legendary resistance might go away. Okay, I was like, wait, what? You're getting rid of long rests? What? Legendary resistance might go away, though. Steal them from... I have no idea. I don't know. I think that's speculation at best. It's weird what got buffed and what got nerfed on this. It got buffed in the sense that if something's casting a 9th level spell, it's making the same saving throw as if it were casting a 3rd level spell, and the power that they put behind the spell doesn't have any effect. And here's the problem. Like, now we're going to start seeing some stat blocks designed where it goes like, whenever they cast a spell, it can't be counterspelled. They are immune to the counterspell spell, is what they're going to wind up writing. Because this is going to have an escalating issue of, well, now you have to take counterspell, because if you don't have it, then some things can get away with casting stuff pretty flagrantly. There we go. It dissipates with no effect, and the action, bonus action, or reaction used to cast it is wasted. And if it was cast with a spell slot, the slot isn't expended. I don't mind this part right in here. Like, as I'm thinking about it, I don't mind it so much. Hmm. Why did you not go to? Yeah, it should be that. Oh, what's happening? Why are you not going to? You should go to body text right now. Aha! There we go. Yes, and oh, thank you. This is an odd change, but I understand wanting to make the change. Feels the fact that casting a ninth spell is as easy to counter as a first level spell. As countering a first level spell. Is bizarre. Here, I'm going to try to set this stuff out. This is an interesting case. I don't mind not blowing the spell slot on a successful counter. But I also feel casters are getting too many resources system-wide. And this might exacerbate curious why this targets curious why this targets Constitution instead of the target. There we go. All right. So let's go. Ooh. Oh god, my temptation to skip around right now is so okay. We're not going to skip around. All right, what are they doing with fighter? Fighter. Ooh, what's happening with second wind? Okay, more uses of this feature. Okay. So fighting style feat of your choice. Those feats have this feature as a prerequisite. Okay. Fighter level. Well, hi, Amelia. I just heard you outside barking at everyone. Sorry, 1 second here. Where? Okay. Yo. Oh, what'd you get?
Got you a big fat burrito.
Oh my god. Oh.
Look at it. It's freaking huge.
Yeah, it is. Oh, hang on. Let me. That is a big ass burrito. Look at that. Oh my. How are you?
I'm awake.
You're awake? You alive? Oh yeah, check out the shirt.
Yeah, I had.
Right. Amelia, go on. What are you doing? This is my burrito.
Yeah, after my back flared up last night, I just had trouble sleeping. I didn't go to sleep till like 6 a.m. Yeah. But
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna go eat my huevos rancheros.
Well, you do it to it. Alrighty. Burrito time, yeah. Oh, okay. Now, good, because I think that was me getting a little bit tired. And I think I needed food. Okay. So, it's kind of looking around to see when they started doing that. Okay. Tactical shift is a new 5th level feature. Really? Ooh, we are bloating down 5th level, huh? LRD class is more SRD, so everyone profits from a short rest. I like that idea. Yeah. I like that idea. Okay, fighting style. Okay. Second wind. Regain hit points. I honestly think I prefer this as temporary hit points, but that's, yeah. Weapon mastery, okay, action surge. We all knew that this was going to happen. People are going to complain about this, and the people that are complaining about it are only trying to power game with it. That's all they're trying to do. They're not really, like, it makes zero sense that the reason why someone would be a better caster would be to go dip 2 levels in the fighter. Made zero sense. We all knew that this was going to happen. So, Speed Wizards, I'm sorry, it's gone. It's gone. Okay. Tactical Mind. You have a mind for tactics and getting the upper hand in the battlefield. When you fail an ability check, you can spend it uses your second wind to push yourself towards success. Rather than regaining hit points, you roll 1d10 and add the number rolled to the ability check, potentially turning it into a success. If the check still fails, you can use the second wind isn't expended. It needs to expend the second wind. And what? Then why would people not just use this until it pops and then what? I get I just don't really see the why do we gotta turn everyone into a skill monkey? Why? Follow. What are you doing? Why? I don't get it. Like, you know, yeah, why should spellcasters be, yep, needed change. Benjamin's got to be feeling so fucking just kicked right in the groin over this. Because there's no other non-magic utility in the system? Yeah, there is. What? Oh, man, there's so many other things that you can do in the game that aren't on your character sheet. Oh. And martialists are generally just better at putting themselves in danger. than spellcasters. There's so many benefits to being a martialist over being a spellcaster that just aren't spelled out on the character sheet. Like, you're the one that's most likely going up and doing the major interactions. Like, the mere fact that you have more hit points, more armor, probably better with saving throws than a lot of the casters, it's a huge benefit. It is. Like, yeah. Extra attack. You can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Oh, by the way, that's coming from the guy that has made 7 classes for the game, 5 of which are pure martialists. So yeah, hang on one sec. Alright, follow, come. Alright, come on. There you go. Okay. Whoa! You're about a minute behind watching, but you always felt like part of the whole. Elder Knight was being able to use action surge with spells. Like, maybe, but they need to come up with a different narrative for it then. It's not a healthy interaction. Mm-hmm. If you're talking about any other major interactions except talking, your just combat and maybe you're stepping on traps, what doesn't seem to give them much utility. You have safety going on with it. So there's safety going on with it right there. That's okay. All right. What flexibility do I get out of the firebolt cantrip? I get a fire cantrip and I can set stuff on fire. Cool. I can do that with a torch. What flexibility do I get out of Ray of Frost? I can deal cold damage and it slows things down. Okay. Okay, so there's damage flexibility that's in there, I guess. No, not really, because it's one damage type. And I can slow things down. So I can do 1d6 damage that I can't add the modifier to. And I can slow things down. There's other ways to do this in the game. There just are. You can't grapple it, you can't restrain it, or anything like that with that cantrip. It is 1d6 damage, and I'm also not conferring any other benefit. 3.5 damage on average. 1d6 plus 3, even with like a martialist, is still coming out with like 6.5 on average per attack. Now, the speed reduction is quite nice on Ray of Frost. Shocking Grasp being able to deny a reaction is pretty decent, but I don't see a whole lot of people really taking Shocking Grasp all that often. Like, if we're talking about, like, yeah, there's all this utility and everything that's involved with these cantrips and spells, like, what, Prestidigitation and Mage Hand are like the main utility cantrips? You know what I mean? Like, is it these that we're talking about? Like, if it's those, and we're like, oh, well, yeah, that means that there's this limitless potential with them right there. Not really. They're still restricted in what you can do with them. Utility is mostly the out-of-combat stuff. As soon as the enemies are dead, you're back to building the dice tower. So I don't know what you're supposed to be doing, to be honest. Thinking about, like, okay, so in the classic dungeon crawl, I don't really know what wizards are supposed to be doing. What are they supposed to be doing? Like, well, I would love to hear it. Yeah, and like, we see that there's spells, so we're saying, like, guidance and mostly misused mending. Guidance is getting nerfed really hard, because we know that spell isn't properly put together. So, like, what are we talking about utility-wise? What is this grand idea of incredible utility going on with spellcasters that martialists are simply not able to do? Oh, here, because I gotta eat, too. Because if you're talking like, oh, well, okay, Mage Hand, if we're like, okay, Mage Hand and Prestidigitation, okay. So 2 super heavy utility cantrips, what are you doing for damage? Oh, I guess I'm going to take Firebolt and, well, okay, so you've got 3. And this is what I mean right here, is that we need to reel back how many cantrips a lot of these casters are getting access to. You pick up Shocking Grasp on every mage you roll up. I like Shocking Grasp a lot. I like the narrative of it. I think that it could probably use a little bit of help, but yeah, I like Shocking Grasp. They said that they want fighter to have a purpose in non-combat sessions. It totally can. I don't get why we have to give mechanical weight to... Okay. I get why we have to give mechanical weight to things to inspire you to do other like actions in the game. But that should be a very light touch. I get why like experts should do it, right? I get why like rogue should be getting a lot of like skill proficiency. Yeah, because like that's their shtick, you know. Is Eldritch Knight no longer imp based? Oh, we haven't gotten there yet. Okay. Yes. I like, wait. Mold, earth, shape, water, etc. was combined into one? Wait, what? Mobility / teleportation, access to invisibility, illusions, communication. They need mundane, martialist versions of those for utility to be equal. Ah, but notice that everything that you listed is limited resource, right? So they have these pop uses of these things depending on whether or not they took them, and the opportunity cost of foregoing potentially more higher damaging spells or whatever that are also tied to limited usage. Like, I think people vastly overstate the amount of utility and hyperflexibility, whatever, that you're getting out of spellcasters. They point to spell lists and then they go, that's the problem right there. Right there. And I don't think that's correct. I think that the flexibility that you get in there comes at the cost of foregoing other options as well, right? Some of these options include, like, if we want to say, oh, well, teleportation. Yeah, it's better to be teleporting than dealing damage, I guess. Like, what? And then, I mean, it's way easier to deal with magical effects because, like, the moment that the DM just goes, like, there's an anti-magical field in here, people are like, oh, God, wow. Like, You think what people want to have is features and abilities that let martials be able to do cool stuff outside of combat, like amazing feat of strength, similar to Hercules and other myth-based warriors. I don't know what's preventing them from doing that already. That's the thing. I don't know what's preventing, like, oh, I wish that they had athletics. Oh, wait, yeah, we can get that. Okay. I wish that... I don't really know what the ask is here, you know? Yeah. Right. Apples are inherently inferior to oranges, guys. They're so much harder to peel. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think it's a matter of... Amelia, what are you doing? I'm not going to give you any of my food. No. Go on. The ask is for fighter to get maneuvers. But see, that's combat. It's combat. Like, and again, it's like, it might as well be cantrips at that point. Like, oh, God. Caster spells can just say, I win a couple, or a lot of times. I win at doing what, though? I win at doing what? That's the thing, right? I win at what? I teleport? Okay. I win at... I win at... You see what I mean? Like, the ask here is... What do you want? What is this? Yeah, and I don't factor in wish. That's wish itself is a fallacy. All right, like, what is the what is the desire here that is not getting hit? And we need to make it a very clear goal that we're aiming for with it, right? Because to me, here's the deal. Your class, and this is probably going to ruffle some feathers here, your class should be giving you combat features for a game that is a combat simulator. It is. This is a combat simulator. It is. So, whenever your class is doing things like giving you skill proficiencies or expertise or whatever, that should be a standout, and it should detract from the amount of combat relevance that it's giving you. This is why, you ever notice all of the experts that are in here? All of the experts like Rogue and things like that aren't getting heavy armor. Like, you see how there is like a shift of, and there, it doesn't really tell you why. It's like, oh, well, Paladin, why isn't Paladin getting expertise in religion? It's because of this. Experts have a certain fantasy expectation, and part of that fantasy expectation is that experts are usually mid-range characters that aren't like incredible martialists. They can do some stuff like exploiting weaknesses and things like that, but for the most part, their shtick is, I want to be the skill monkey, you know. Pairing armor, honing weapons, getting +1 to damage. Strikes. Oh, that's too much tracking. That's way too much tracking. Yeah. At weapon condition, by the way, that's a mechanic that I have never been able to get behind in a TTRPG. Like, yeah. Like, I would suggest trying to look at it more like this. Think about, like, if you ever have the thought of, I really like this thing from that video game. Okay. But is that thing really practical to be doing in a TTRPG? And what is it really adding here? Because if we're talking like, oh, I want the Legend of Zelda crafting system. The Breath of the Wild crafting system for like cooking and everything like that. Okay, so that means I guess we've got to come up with different items for different recipes or what the hell ever. What all these different meals make. How long are we going to track per hour? All these different meals effects. How do we do X, Y? It's just, it turns into a whole mess of it that just really isn't practical, and most people don't actually use at their tables. Whenever it comes to a board game, which is really what we're doing here, guys. So like, we have a tabletop game, and it's like, if there's too much mental load, we will ignore it. There's already so many different rules and things like D&D that we already hand wave because we just don't care to track it. You know, there is plenty of people. I think the most commonly hand waved rules is that if you don't eat or drink food and water, you gain levels of exhaustion. And everybody just hand waves it, and they're like, who cares? You know, like that, yeah. Is it really any more tracking than a spell? But why? Like, okay. So you see how the addition of like a whole bunch of other subsystems, some people are like, yeah, but it seems like that would be really great. Or it seems like whatever. It's not adding much to the game. It's not adding anything. Like, okay, well, I guess we're playing that we cook or whatever these meals, and these meals get these other benefits or whatever. There are, you need a different game to handle those things. Yeah. This is a combat simulator that has a roleplay engine kind of pastiche around it, right? 5e is a combat game. Now, in terms of what else is going on in the survival elements and everything like that, 5e does not have a good survival engine attached to it. You would have to massively overhaul that. I am somebody who originally used to think that I wanted a million different subsystems for handling everything in my games. Back in like 2016, 2017, I used to think that like 5e was just lacking in so many things I wanted to port over from other video games. And then I will go through and build out this whole system of like, yeah, here's what we're doing for cooking. And then I try implementing it into the game and we ignore it immediately. It just doesn't, it doesn't really add much. If like, we just want like the dungeon crawl experience, which most people do, they're just going to ignore these subsystems. So many times I've seen people that are like, oh yeah, I swear by this subsystem over here, or what the hell ever. And then like, I'll go watch like their actual play or something like that, and nobody's actually using the subsystems that they say they've been using, you know? Yeah. But see, with Pathfinder is a system that is built to have levers pulled and buttons pressed. Pathfinder has there's a lot of different mechanic that you can toy with in Pathfinder. For me personally, I prefer something a lot more streamlined, but that's preference. Yeah. Your fun is attracting in subsystems though. And I mean, in that case, sure, but the majority of people, that's really not what they're going for, right? Whenever I'm trying to come up with a game or like get one to get played or whatever, me and the players at my table aren't really looking for, we want to know if I use this ingredient over here, add this with this over here, what's the final result that comes out of it right there? No, we just want to roll dice and hit shit and make dick jokes. Like, you know, like that's our thing. And that's the way we have fun with it, right? That's not to say that the way that other people have fun is wrong or whatever, but whenever I'm looking at the game, I'm trying to see like, how can we convey potentially a lot of character expression in as little text as possible? Because I think that games that have generally more simplified text that are still able to convey the narrative that they're going for tend to be the better games at the very end. Yeah. Yep. Video games track all the statistics and grunt work done by the computer. Yep. But honed weapons is simpler than... what? So, okay. Anywho, now, I don't really feel like Fighter needs a whole lot of roleplay features. Like, I just don't. I feel like it's totally fine to be the dude that's just like, yeah, attack action guy. Go for it. Like, yeah, flavor it how you want to, right? The moment that we start like saying, okay, well, we need to give it roleplay features like this, it just doesn't. I don't know why. I'm like, what? It's good. It's fine because it's a fucking combat simulator. God. Yeah, already covered that, Pat. Oh man, I need to save the rest of this for later. Get back in on this. Okay. Oh no. All right. This is what the levers means. Everyone can pull them. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like, I don't think everything needs to have a codified mechanic like that. Where like, oh, well, when it's a Tuesday, and my left shoelace isn't tied, I can do this thing. And I'm not saying that's literally what Pathfinder does. No. I start to look at systems whenever there's like a lot of levers to pull, and I tend to just gloss over because I'm like, I don't know why it needs to be that complicated to just hit a thing with a sword. Like, yeah. Okay. So, extra attack. Yeah, tactical shift. Whenever you take your second wind, you can move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Okay. So second wind is becoming more of a mental, physical and mental stamina that it's trying to say you could, okay. I disagree with the idea of what this is representing, but like, that's fine. They don't need this right here, but I guess they can have it and people are going to be like, cool, we get a new toy. It's not necessary, but sure. Okay. Indomitable, 9th level. When you fail a saving throw, you can re-roll it with opponents equal to your fighter level. If you do so, you must use a new roll. Just give them legendary resistance. Just, yeah, let them just pass it instead. Just let them pass it. Master of Armaments. You are a master of weapons. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can choose any of the kinds of mastery weapons that you're using and replace the master. Okay, this was the swapping thing. 2 extra attacks at 11th level. 3 extra attacks at 20th level. Why did they move this up to 20th level? Studied attacks. You must really study your opponents and learn from each attack you make. If you make an attack roll against a creature and miss, you have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature before the end of your next turn. I could take or leave that one. 3 extra attacks at 20th level needs to be at 17th. I would way rather see... Yeah. This needs to get brought down. It just doesn't make much sense as a capstone. Bring it down to 17th level. And... I don't know. Studied attacks? What a... Tactical shift. I guess they're trying to lean in on the idea that it should be like somewhat of a warlord, right? Yeah, it should be like cantrip scaling. Yep. Studied attacks plus Vex means that your second and third attacks always have advantage. Yeah, it's all right. Like, I think I would have preferred to have seen it. This coming online at 20th level. Action surge with 2 uses could be man. This could be kicking on at 18th because most of the subclass features that you get at 18th level don't really provide a huge amount of like mechanical heavy lifting. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. It's karmic dice. Oh yeah. Huh. Okay. Let me think about this one for a second. Fighter. Three extra attacks needs to come online at 17th level. Okay. So copying Barbarian's homework? What? What? Yeah, I don't think that's the big selling point for him. Reckless attack was really meant to be a thing that is evoking enemies should be attacking you rather than your buddies, and that's something to kind of help out with that. £300 backpack. What the hell? Wait. Nobody has ever lifted 6,000 pounds. Whatever source is it? Wait, what? What's happening here? What? Oh shit! Something happened with Restream. Hang on. We good? Okay. I can't tell what's going on with Restream. Oh, encumbrance. Gotcha. I don't believe fighter needs to have a role play identity emphasized. What's here is inoffensive, but feels I'm just gonna say harmless. But I'd worry about okay. I don't believe fighter needs to have the roleplay identity emphasized. What's here is harmless, but I'd worry about skill monkey identity being thrown around to every character now. Yeah. If people are just going to be like, well, I want to make sure that I have a bonus to the skill checks that I make. You should probably play a fucking expert because that's the thing. Well, but I want to play a fighter instead. But like, okay, but that's not the way that they're built. That's not really what they're meant to do. So like, the game has a meta, and like, if you wanted to do that, you should probably go over and play a rogue or a bard or, you know, like there are skill-based characters, and if you're like, well, I want to play a rogue, but I want to be a fighter, then like, what? Yeah. This is a fantasy game. Wait, what? The lift number perhaps should be pushed. Simplicity of scaling. What? What? Oh, what? I don't know what y'all are screeching about over there. Okay. Strength intimidation is fine. Yeah, like that's all good. That's whatever. That's in. I think pretty much everybody allows for that, you know, variant rule, anyways. So yeah. That's like not. There's a difference between things like, yeah, well, fighters getting athletics. Yeah, that's understood, right? Yeah, people want all the toy, but not without the expense. Yep. Should be tied into a subclass at least, I guess. Yeah. Encumbrance being a total of 300. Why be realistic in a fantasy game? Because, oh, here you go. Because it being a fantasy game does not mean that it can, that rules just say fuck the rules. It's not a game if it doesn't have rules. It's not. Like, there's things that we, is it fighting time? There's things that we can hand wave that won't really cause a big issue in the game. Like reloading. I don't know too many people that actually track ammunition, right? Yes, it can by pushing the bounds. Yeah, but you've got to be a lot more solid on what you mean by that, rather than kind of vague posting in chat and like fighting with people. Because like you keep being so vague and you keep starting arguments in chat with people that don't seem to be like arguing back with you. It's like the third or fourth time I've seen this happen, and I've also seen this happen in the past whenever you've been in my chats before. So yeah, you're not really defining your terms, which is leading to people maybe misunderstanding you, and then you get worked up about it, and then you pick a fight with people. So watch that. All right. Don't make me. I don't want to do dad voice. Like just like yeah. Like 300 pounds for a 200 strength score is super lower. You gotta have rules in the game. You don't suddenly become the Hulk. Like there's other things in the game that will tell you like. And by the way, I don't like 5e encumbrance doesn't mean shit. It doesn't. They don't really have good bounds for it. They have not set up their parameters very well. So you I guess you can argue about that if you want to, about how you want to play it at your games and whatever, and that's you do you. But just, you know, whenever you're trying to tell other people how they need to be doing it instead, you get really worked up in my chat. And I've caught you doing this a couple of times, man. So chill your tits. All right. Now, yes, slots. Yep, other games have managed it very well with slots. Yep. That's my for Red Robin anyways. All right. Now, I don't really know what more to say about like the studied attacks or like master of armaments. I've already kind of said like my piece about how weapon mastery as a concept alone is really not my favorite thing in the world. But like they're going to go with that. So that's whatever. Tactical shift. I guess I'm okay with this existing. This is whatever. It's, yeah. Like, I'm okay with this existing, but it also feels like I don't really know why it's here. I don't really know why they decided to tack this onto it. Because all of a sudden, they're getting bonus action disengage as a part of also using their second wind. And yeah, I really prefer a world where a fighter is not a whole lot of bloat added onto it. I honestly think that role-playing games, by the way, don't need to arm you with things like background or whatever in order for you to roleplay a character that you want to make. If you go and you look at something like Shadow Dark is so bare bones on this stuff, because like the idea in that is not to pigeonhole you in on you're playing this specific type of archetype. Instead, they're like, you want to play a ranger who is okay, you're an orc ranger who I don't know, if you want to say that you are a you are formerly a farmer or something. Okay, sure, you can say that. All right, that's part of your background. Yeah, not whenever we start piling on a bunch of things about like, well, in order for you to be of this, you have to have these feats right here or whatever. That's all roleplay weight or like flavor that we can just let it go. Yeah. If the archetypes are more honed in, then we need more archetypes. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean there. Yeah, for sure. D&D level 1 choices are super bloated in your opinion. Even more so in the 1 D&D. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Okay, now going to the fighter subclasses. Battlemaster. Combat superiority. Have there been any major changes? They're still using the superiority dice, which... Okay. Artisan's tools. And the skill of your choice from those available to fighter. Okay. So here you go. Here's Skill Monkey. Those of you that wanted Skill Monkey Fighter. Bam. Battlemaster. Know your enemy. Whether the creature has any... Yep, there you go. Yep, this was the fix that we had recommended for, like... Oh, wait. Hold up. I was... Yeah. Hang on. Really? That's quite interesting to see. Because, where was this? Hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, we have been recommending that they do. This is my character option tome, by the way, where we're doing the reworks and stuff like that. These have been suggested changes for a long time, but it's been like in the D&D, like, you know, DM's Guild scene or whatever, right? So like we knew that, like, aha, here we go. This is a decent idea. So like, let's see if there's people that have worked on projects that you're like, yep, this is a cool idea. We contact them. Be like, hey, we'd like to work with you on something or other. Like, talk to them. Yeah. Okay. Know your enemy. Bonus action to do this. You can't do so again until you finish a long rest, but you can do so by spending a use of your superiority die. Okay. This is better. It is a buff because we know that this is going to play out a lot better, and it's more useful information than whether or not it is your superior or inferior with those whatever. Yeah. Improved combat superiority. They become D10s. Once per turn, whenever you use a maneuver, you can roll a D8 and use the number rolled instead of spending a superiority die. Pulled from the sword, the sword's bard, if I'm recalling that correctly. Ultimate combat superiority, they eventually become a D12. Okay. Now, the maneuvers in here, I'm not going to be going through all of these because this could take forever. And I'm going to recommend that anybody that wants to get a more deep dive into what's happening with the Battle Master and everything, go look at the videos of guys like Treant Monk, or I know that Josh from Dungeoneers Pack is going to be looking at this one later on in the week. As far as the Battle Master and all the maneuvers go, it looks like they're making the tweaks to them. This is already going to be a super long stream, and I really don't want to bog it down by just dissecting whether or not these maneuvers are better or worse or whatever. So I would rather dedicate it to checking out some of the other bigger grasps of the classes and everything like that. So, okay, Brawler. The improvised weapons. Okay. It to Wizards of the Coast. You contacted, or at least somebody did, and I'm not going to be upset on Benjamin's behalf here. I'm just looking at this as like a company that, all right, rather than trying to phase out people who have tried to work with you or whatever, and I know that you have tried to work with in the past because you made an offer to include the pugilist on D&D Beyond. This is just pulling over what Benjamin already wrote with the pugilist and trying to use it as a fighter. This is what about this feature right here for the inclusion of proficiency with improvised weapons tells me right here, right now, they absolutely pulled that from Benjamin on the pugilist. Watsy, you want to do this right, the thing that you should be doing. Here. This is why okay. Why not go ahead and contact Benjamin Huffman to include the pugilist? Because his work, you missed it. What did they steal? To say that they steal things is, I'm not going to say steal. I'm going to say that Wizards of the Coast is very much aware that the pugilist exists. This thing has sold more copies. I was actually able to essentially confirm this the other day. According to what I understand, this has sold more copies than Radiant Citadel. Possibly some guy, hey, welcome. So this class is one of, if not the most popular third-party class for all of 5e. Used without crediting the creator, I would say that somebody definitely saw the pugilist at this point. Like, and by the way, this is completely my own thoughts. This is nothing to do with Benjamin. Nothing at all. This is my own thought. All right. Wizards of the Coast has been trying to do what they could to pull this thing apart and include it in the game without just giving Benjamin a call and being like, can we include this in the game? This is a super fucking solid class that has inspired so many of us to create. Okay. And it adds something new into the game that basically is universally agreed on deserves to be in the game. And yet Wizards of the Coast has stepped in, or, okay, I can't confirm that, but basically there was a time where D&D Beyond reached out to Benjamin to include the pugilist on D&D Beyond. And then they got bought by WotC, and then those talks stopped. And nobody knows what happened. Nobody, right? So I'm not saying steal though, because like stealing implies a lot more wholesale grab of it, right? But they're aware of it, and they just seem to refuse to want to work with people who aren't like a part of whatever goddamn team or whatever. And they're also saying that like they won't, like, they don't want to include more classes into the game. What? You guys are fine with it whenever it's like Matthew Mercer. No, what's wrong? What? Is this a let me copy your homework situation? I think so. I actually genuinely think so this time. I genuinely think that this feature alone, I know it's just one thing that we're looking at here, but like, this is very telling that this came from Benjamin's pugilist. This is such a unique part of the pugilist's identity. I don't think someone at WotC genuinely came up with this. No, especially, and not whenever we're talking about making a brawler. The concept alone right there, and then going in and grabbing the improvised weapons. Whenever you finish a long rest, choose the one-handed property or whatever from this list. Until the end of your next long rest, the one-handed choice applies to the one-handed improvised weapons you wield. And then they're ew. Where was piss and vinegar? Okay, that's not in this one. There's a subclass that I think even has like the dirty fighting as a like feature name, which like I get it's whatever. Look, I just don't get why they're doing this. Like why not contact part of your community and be like, hey, you know what would be really cool? We are actually going to put in another class. It's this one by this guy over here. instead of seemingly doing everything you can to like phase out what it is that these people write, right? Because what they do whenever they do this is immediately they're going to introduce the idea that like, oh, by the way, that pugilist that's over there on the DM's Guild, don't play that anymore. We have it right here. I just, yeah. I saw someone on YouTube rewrite Matt Mercer's Blood Hunter, and I never see most people choose it. Wait, what? Because the upper management people are dicks. Maybe, like, I don't know, man. You gave an unarmed fighter proficiency in improvised weapons, and you never read the pugilist. It's not that unique of an idea. No, what I'm saying is they are aware of it. They are aware of it, and they have reached out at points to talk with Benjamin about including it on their software. We do know that they know. We have confirmation that they know. And they just choose not to work with third-party guys. Or they choose to apparently grab kind of some ideas from whatever it is that they wrote and try to phase it out, right? Even if you want to say, like, that's why I'm not saying stole, right? I'm not saying that they stole this shit. What I'm saying is, I think it's kind of shitty for them to, like, have expressed an interest in working with a third-party person and then be like, you know what? We're just actually going to introduce an official option that invalidates the thing that you wrote instead. Because fuck giving you any money. You know what I mean? Like, let's ignore the chance that they potentially stole something from it. And let's just talk about the fact that we know that they were in talks of potentially including this thing in a, let's not say official capacity, but in a partnered capacity, right? Yeah, it'd be different if they didn't already contact him, right? Right? So they're aware of it. They know that this thing has sold more copies than Radiant Citadel. And now it just looks like what they're trying to do is push someone out the door, right? This is Benjamin's big moneymaker. This is the thing he is famous for. It got played on Matt Colville's fucking live stream, right? This thing is as official to some people as the fucking Blood Hunter, right? So the fact that WotC has reached out and note that they are aware of it, and yet this is what they're going for with it. Like, this is what I mean. Like, in the third party scene, it sucks to write stuff for this game because you feel like WotC is intentionally ignoring you. Or, yeah. So, like I said, I am not speaking on behalf of Benjamin here. So nobody should ever, like, be using the fact that I said something as a dig against him or anything like that. No. If you're a company that's upset that I said something like this and you're trying to take that out on Benjamin or whatever, that's also really shitty. No, this is on me. All right, here's what I am saying. Wizards of the Coast, the fact that you do contact these people about potentially working with them on a thing, and then you ghost them, and then we later find out that you actually include a lot of what they basically wrote for the thing that you know, whatever, that you were interested in including, and you're phasing out something here, you know? Like,
I will clear a tiny bit. All about public image to higher-ups and their inability to accept help from those better. Execs think this only BTW.
Well, thank you for the $5, by the way, Dragoon Akiri. I mean, like, yeah, but, like, is it not cheaper to contract somebody than to have somebody working under you? I don't know. It's not Battlemaster having this. This is the Brawler. It's a different thing. Yeah. We're not looking at the Battlemaster right now. No. Yeah, they could literally just DM him and throw a credit in. Yeah. Like, oh, okay. That, you know, a lot of the reason why some of us kept writing for the DM's Guild was because in the community content agreement, it even talks about how Wizards of the Coast is like, we may include your stuff in an official book. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was going on about with that. But basically, a lot of us were like writing for the DM's Guild because we were under the impression that Wizards of the Coast might give us a call, right? And they did, in this case with Benjamin. And yet, they didn't work with him after the initial, like, reach before, right? What does the thrown property have to do with improvised expert? If it doesn't have the thrown and you throw it, it's still an improvised weapon attack. They're trying to tack on the weapon mastery stuff and give it weight on the improvised weapon stuff. Yeah. Oh God. I if you get a subclass with a dog, it's blatant. Oh, that's just gross. I'm not a huge fan of that. I need to kind of move on from that because that's gonna bug me about the way that they conduct their business. Yeah. Champion. Okay. So the improved critical, that's still there. Moving remarkable athlete up to 3rd level. We're good with that change. Additional fighting style. Cool. They're getting a feat at 7th level here. Heroic warrior. You wait, what? Whenever you start your turn without it? Wait, so you can just have advantage all the time? During combat, you can just give yourself advantage whenever you start your turn without it? So wait, what about at the end of combat, like, oh, okay, well, my turn's coming up, then I'm going to use heroic advantage on myself right now and save that for a second. And then if combat ends, I still have it. Ha 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 ha. Maybe? What's my opinion on weapon mastery? I think that it's going to bog down the system. I think it's gonna slow down an already slow system. Actual reason they don't want to work with third parties is they don't want to make another map Mercer the minute they say, oh. I mean, maybe, but I don't know, man. I don't think they view Matt Mercer as a monster or something like that. Yeah, advantage inflation is insane. Yeah. Superior critical, 18 to 20. Okay. You get the following benefits. You roll an 8. You get the benefit of having rolled a 20 on the death save. Start each of your turns, you regain hit points equal to 5 plus your Constitution modifier. If you have no more than half your hit points remaining, you don't gain this benefit if you have 0 hit points. Okay. That is a buff champion. That is a better champion. It's a good champion. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I think the brawler thing just made me it steam me up so much. I'm like, oh God. Okay. If I need to take a minute, no. I'm good. I'm good. More so I just had to get that on paper. Pair. Right. Okay. Yeah. Wait. I got it. All right. Cool. You're never taking fairy fire again. Yeah. Since I'm not a fan of weapon masteries, how would I give weapons more unique identity without it? I don't think they need any more than what they got. I think that the whole issue of that is very overblown. Because as I've been asking people like, hey, well, okay, what's the problem there? And nobody can pinpoint it. I'm like, well, it tells me most likely the problem isn't that weapons need a huge overhaul. It's most likely that spellcasters need a nerf. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Ooh. Their spellcasting no longer has a School of Magic restriction? Fighter can now change a cantrip when gaining a level, and the fighter can use an arcane focus. Okay. War Magic now allows you to replace one of your attacks with casting a cantrip, now allowing the Wild Strength. Okay. Is that only one? One of the attacks with a cantrip. Okay. Two of your attacks. Okay, so two of the cantrips here. And it can be... Oh, wait, what? After level 3 in the class. Ugh, wait. Number of spells. Increases, choose a number. What? Choose 3 of the... Hang on. What? Okay. Wait, so... At 3rd level... At 3rd level, it's odd that they're saying... where was it? Wait. Choose 3 level 1 spells from the wizard spell list, 2 of which must be from the abjuration and evocation schools of magic. So you get 3, but 2 of them must come from these 2. Yeah, there's only one that you know that can't... Okay.
Dwarf goblins.
Oh. Hey, welcome. Terry Shee. Welcome. It's not... I don't think it's the same restriction. It's... For some reason, these 2 have to come from abjuration or evocation, but later on, it doesn't matter. So they did remove the restriction. Okay. Yeah, the 3rd one lacks restriction, yeah. But, and then any of them afterwards do as well. How interesting. Okay. I don't really know why they would even have... Yeah, I don't really know why they would even have the restriction. At that point, it... Yeah, how... yeah, I don't really know why that's there. You create a... Okay... Ritual... 2 buttons of the weapon. You can't be disarmed of it. Okay... You can have up to 2 bonded weapons, but you can only summon 1 at a time with your bonus action. Okay, War Magic. War Magic is written in a way... Yeah, okay, now I see what's going on. War Magic is written in a way to where it will work with Action Surge. Yeah. I kind of wish weapon bond let you make your bonded weapon with your own spellcasting focus. Yeah. Yeah, the advising would make sense, but like having it as a restriction is kind of odd. You learn how to make your weapon strikes undercut a creature's ability to withstand your spells. When you hit a creature with an attack using a weapon, that creature has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes against the spell you cast, before the end of your next turn. That is that different? I don't. No, okay. For some reason, it felt like I just could not remember that. Okay. Arcane Charge. When you use your action surge, you can teleport for 30 feet. Okay, yep. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace 2 of the attacks with the casting of one of your wizard spells. That is the casting time of an action. Okay. First to 4th level that you can action surge and do that with, but the limited number makes it to where I don't think that's all that crazy. Okay. I mean, yeah, there's nothing eldritch about this night. Yeah. Right. Okay. Now, fighter in general, Wizards of the Coast. Listen to me. You need to call Benjamin Huffman and just get the pugilist added to the game. This right here is pretty gross, considering that you guys have reached out to him originally, and you all are very much aware of that thing. You have made money off of that thing, and seeing it to where you're writing something to try and invalidate something that he's written looks pretty shitty. It looks really shitty. Just saying. It won't. Well, I'm going to continue to think that they're going to be shitty then. Yeah, I don't know. Everything else looks like kind of just facelifts. I kind of disagree on the direction that they're taking the fighter in, but that's a me thing. Some people are going to really love this. For me personally, I think that the slider in terms of what their combat relevance is versus what their skill and interaction relevance is, I think that fighter's doing just fine. I think that fighter is doing okay. They didn't really need to have all this other stuff kind of thrown up on top of it, but yeah. Now, Sorcerer. They got rid of the wish thing. Wow, they scrapped everything from the last time we saw it. What? Okay. Huh. Thank you so much for the $2.
Prepare for spell rage.
Yeah, for spell rage. Yeah. I was hearing a little bit about that. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So, and new Warlock, yeah. Okay, innate sorcery. Emit in your passive indelible marks on you, infusing you and with a simmering magic. As a bonus action, you can unleash that magic for 1 minute, during which you gain the following benefits. The spell save DC of your sorcerer spells increases by 1. You have advantage on the attack rolls of sorcerer spells you cast. You can use this feature twice, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay. Sure. I guess they're giving you this state that they can, like, go off of later on. They can use this for other stuff later. And then it's already quite good for them to be able to give you more uses of it. Yeah, but they're sticking with the subclass at 3rd, huh? Wow. Okay. Spellcasting is all here. Yep, there we go. They are actually putting in the long rest wording on there. They just forgot it those first couple of Unearthed Arcanas. Okay, so spellcasting, all generally the same. Font of Magic. You have 2 sorcery points and gain more as you reach higher levels. So these are going to be equal to your level, I'm assuming. Yep, okay. No, you can never have more sorcery points than the number shown. Okay, creating spell slots as a bonus action. You can transform the expended sorcery points into 1 spell slot. The creating spell slots table shows the cost of creating a spell slot given. Okay. You can create a spell slot no higher in level than 5. Really? They're not touching this? They're not touching this? I mean, okay, is there anything they did to address Coffee Lock? And then creating the spell slot, bonus action. Uh-huh. Wait. Are Sorks back to known instead of prepared? Let me check here in a second. I guess they don't really feel like Coffee Lock interpretations are a problem. Maybe. I have no idea. Okay. So with meta magic, because your magic flows from within you, you can alter your spells to suit your needs. You gain 2 meta magic options of your choice from the meta magic options section later in this class. Oh my god, why am I don't know why allergies today. Meta magic options. Okay, turns into doubling range. Some of its previous multi-targeting functionality, but now within the appropriate limits. You can cast a spell such as Charm Person or Hold Person that can be cast with a higher level spell slot to target an additional creature, using 1 sorcery point to increase the spell's effective level by 1. Ouch! What the fuck is this? It's good, but Twin Spell died for that? I mean, that's the like, what was it, 10th level feature of the Enchantment Wizard? You don't have players that play like that, so Coffee Lock isn't the biggest deal to you. No, yeah, like, I agree. Most of the time when people are saying that like Coffee Lock works, it's really bad faith arguments as to how it's justified like that. Coffee Lock should not work. It shouldn't. I'm saying that as in even rules as written, it should not work. Yeah. Yeah, this is the weirdest way to handle this mechanic. Yeah. This is a nothing. Absolute nothing meta magic now. Well, yeah, I don't get this. I don't think anybody would have wanted this either. Like, well, okay. There you go. Doubling the range. Cool. Seeking spell now costs 1 point rather than 2. Clarifies it doesn't remove the material components that have a cost specified in the affected spell. There we go. You do understand the twin spell change from the perspective that it was insane damage resource. It was, yeah, no, for sure. Like, I get why the change is being made and everything. I absolutely understand, and I believe it does, but, like, yeah. Aberrant and Clockwork got picked while Storm and Shadow are left in the dust. Probably because they're the most complete, according to, like, what they were going to go with for the future, right? Let's see what they did. Because, oh, they're not in here. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. What else did they do with Sorcerer? Sorcerer's Restoration. When you roll initiative or finish a short rest, you have no sorcery points remaining. You regain a number of those points equal to your sorcerer level divided by 5 round down. Okay. So 5 you can get all the way up to... Okay, cool. Glad that they give you here and not way later on in the class. While your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use it to your meta magic options in each spell that you cast. Okay. In addition, if you have no uses of innate sorcery left, you can use it if you spend 2 sorcery points when you take the bonus action to activate it. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like what they're trying to do with it right here. Like, this is a solid choice. Yeah, they are going for the transformation sequence sorcerer. So, there you go. They're using this restoration feature in monks? I mean, maybe. It's speculation. Alright. Now, Draconic Sorcerer. Your hit point maximum increases by 3 and increases by 1 whenever you gain a level as a sorcerer, effectively making your hit die a d8, but we're just, yeah. Parts of you, so you have the defenses of a midliner here now, which is pretty alright. I always thought it would be cool to see the Draconic Sorcerer able to be a Gish. Draconic Speech. There you go. Elemental Affinity. Choose one of these types. Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, or Poison. You gain resistance to that damage type. And when you do a spell that deals that damage, you add your Charisma modifier to 1 damage roll of that spell. Okay. Dragon Wings. Your innate magic can now manifest as Draconic Wings on your back. As a bonus action, you sprout those wings, gaining a fly speed equal to your speed. And those wings last until you dismiss them as a bonus action, or you have the incapacitated condition. When the wings manifest, you decide whether they're spectral or physical. If physical, you mustn't be wearing something that obstructs them, rather. Okay. Neat. Well, we're back to flight, I guess. I still feel like they could have gotten that earlier, and yeah, but yeah. Draconic Presence. As a bonus action, you can spend 5 sorcery points to draw in this power and exude an aura of awe or fear, your choice, within 60 feet for 1 minute, or until you have the incapacitated condition. Each creature of your choice must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. This feature is nothing. This is minion clear at best. Not a good capstone. This is not an 18th level feature. This is not going to have much of any relevance later on. Not a good feature. Wild Magic Sorcery. The presence is terrible. Yeah. Wild Magic Surge. So your spellcasting can unleash surges of untamed magic. No more than once per turn, you can roll a d20 immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot. When you roll a 20, roll on the Wild Magic Surge table to create a magical effect. If the magical effect is a spell, it is too wild to be affected by your meta magic, and if it is normally requires concentration, it doesn't require concentration in this case. The spell lasts for its full duration. Oh, it no longer requires DM permission. Gotcha. Tides of Chaos. Gain advantage on a d20 test. Before you do, you must finish a long rest before you can use this feature again. Immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot, before you regain the use of this feature, you automatically roll on the Wild Magic Surge table and regain a use of this feature. So Wild Magic Surge to get it back? These mostly unchanged. The sorcerer subclasses still don't get prepared spells, while these two don't. Wait, what? these two would not get prepared spells. Did they revert? No, they got prepared spells right here. Yeah. What are you talking about? The whole subclass still. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Bin Luck. You have the ability to twist fate using your wild magic. Immediately after you or another creature rolls a d20 for the d20 test, you can use a reaction and spend 1 sorcery point to roll 1d4. Apply the number rolled as a bonus or penalty to the creature's roll. Controlled chaos, you gain a modicum of control over the surges of your wild magic. Whenever you roll on the wild magic surge table, you can roll twice and take either number. And then immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot, you can create an effect of your choice from the wild magic surge table, provided the effect casts a spell or restores all of your expended sorcery points. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish 1d4 long rests. Okay. Now, it's like that was different. Okay. So they got a different capstone. This capstone is very good. Like, very, very good. Like, regaining all your extended sorcery points. I mean, we're talking about, in some cases, this is a freebie 4th level spell. That is on yourself, turning you into a sheep, but meh. Freebie spell, you can just conjure a unicorn. This is really good. Like, it also, the thing I don't really like about that is that DMs are not going to be very welcoming of third-party, like, you know, boutique wild magic tables. Because some of those are very wacky. Like, I mean, insane. So, you know, yeah. You can just ban the wild sork anyways, Taryn. Well, sure. I know, like yeah, that's an option, but I'd rather try to see how you could make it work. And in this, like, it's good. We're gonna have to see what they're really doing with it. A ton of GMs do, anyways. Yeah, sure. Okay, so I can tell you real quick what I'm gonna think about Warlock. They didn't say anything about getting rid of Eldritch Blast as a class feature, but they said something about Hexmaster being gone. Your Eldritch Invocations. Wait, where's, like, Lance of Lethargy? What? Okay, Eldritch Blast cantrip. God, they made it a cantrip again? What? 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 Why? Why'd they do that? What happened here? Yeah, you can get back to the blade at first level. I saw that. No, that's not the reason at all, Joshua Smith. The Eldritch Blast was dealt with a whole different thing. The whole reason why it was taken off of the cantrip list is because it was too good for the game as a cantrip. They made it a class feature because it was going to be way easier to build around Eldritch Blast and rely on you being able to get it through the invocations and everything. It was meant to be a class feature. I can't think of a reason why they would do the reversion. And it has nothing to do with the class spell list. Wait. Detect magic, speak with animals art? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Hexblade dips without Hexblade. Yeah. Like... When does it come back? Spell slots on short or long rest. Okay. Magical Cunning. If all your pack magic spell slots are expended, you can perform an esoteric rite for 1 minute, at the end of which you regain half those spell slots round up. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Okay. I could think of another way that you could do this, but yeah. Warlock subclasses, okay, contact patron. You always have contact other plane prepared with this feature. Okay. Mystic Arcanum is back. Yeah, so what are they reverting here? When you use your magical cunning feature, you regain all of your expended Warlock spell slots. So magical cunning is we now get a quick 1 minute refresh at 20th level. That's our capstone now? Whatever. Okay. Interesting. The biggest part of this right now is looking like the Eldritch Invocations are getting the massive change. Eyes of the Runekeeper is gone. Eldritch Smite. Double Sight now works in dim light as well as in darkness. Gift of the Depths has been imported. Life Drinker now lets you choose to deal. Okay. Alright, so we get these Eldritch Invocations rather than a packed boon. Yep, there we go. There we go. Hexblade is absolutely getting a change. Hexblade is going to get major change. Which it doesn't really, I mean, like, because you did this right here, it's not that it needs a lot of huge sweeping changes, but it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to go with it. But yeah. Yep, pack boons are invocations. Yep. But having to Watsy's ability to name features all the new abilities have the most generic sounding names imaginable. They haven't been able to name them since Tasha's. Like, the flavor text is even funnier. Yeah. Okay. Back to the chain. Are they keeping investment of the Chainmaster? Oh, oh boy. This is going to be quite good. Oh, okay. Man, at least you do that. Yeah, okay. What about Tome? Are they getting anything special? Choose 3 cantrips and 2 first level spells that have the ritual tag. Spells can be from any class's spell list, and they might be. Okay. Use the book as a spellcasting focus. Okay. You've been a bit spoiled because of Vagabond's class feature names. What, you mean the ones where I just look at a heavy metal album and find a which site is just such a funny okay. That's right. Okay. All right. Now, let's take a look at a few things. Oh, Arcfey. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Really?
Dwarf goblins.
Interesting. Oh. Sam, hey, welcome. Interesting. That, yeah. Now, you can cast Misty Step without expending a spell slot. A number of times equal to your Charisma modifier. You regain unexpended uses when you finish a long rest. In addition, whenever you cast that spell... Wait, what? Whoa. Always have the listed spells prepared? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What? 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 Oh, because it's a mix of first and second level spells. Oh, no, that's so gross. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's not a buff. No, it's actually a delay. Yeah. That's... Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like that you have them. Sleep, Misty Step is second, Phantasmal Force is second, first, and... First? I can't remember. Flaming Sphere is second, Guiding Bolt is first, second, Cantrip. So Cantrip, 1, 2. So they give you one that's necessary to have, Misty Step, because you're going to get this in later on, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah. Now... Okay, so... Yep. Then you until the start of your next turn. I don't know that this is the kind of thing that you really want on a Warlock, but whatever, it's here. You alone getting Misty Step that you can do a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier without expending a spell slot is very good. Like, that's already really, really good. Okay. That's a buff. I don't know really what more to say about it. That's a buff. Yeah. You know, right. No, I mean, I get that. I was talking about, like, getting the spell, or what level you got the spells, rather. Misty Escape. You can cast Misty Step as a reaction in response to taking damage. In addition, the following effects are now added amongst your Steps of the Fae options. Disappearing Step, you have the invisible condition until the start of your next turn, or until immediately after you make an attack roll or cast a spell. Dreadful Step, creatures within 5 feet of the space you left or the space you appear in, your choice. Wisdom saving throw or take 2d10 psychic damage. Okay. Number of times 5. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Taunting Step is actually better than I gave it credit for. The space you left. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Beguiling defenses. Your patron teaches you how to guard your body, your mind and body. You're immune to the charm condition. In addition, immediately after a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage you take by half. And you can force the attacker to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the attacker takes psychic damage equal to the damage you take. Once you use this reaction, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend the spell slot to use it again. Are you going to use a spell slot on that? Yeah, reaction to deflect. Yeah, okay. Bewitching magic. Your patron bestows upon you the ability to weave your magic through teleportation. Immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell, using an action and a spell slot, you can cast Misty Step as a part of the same action without expending a spell slot. Okay, so they went whole hog on Misty Step, as that is this Warlock's thing. I don't know. What do we think? Because this is a brand new Arc Fate. This is new. A third attack at level 11. Oh. It might not be. Yeah, it might not be good enough for that. Yeah. We have one face spell. Yeah. It's all right. Yeah, the Fae are annoying as fuck. So, well, yeah, why not teleporting Warlock? Yeah. Facing Corvo. It could be a Gish. Yeah, it could be a Gish. I mean, Warlock should be. Like, in my opinion. Yeah, it should be like an Eldritch Gish. Taunting Step is cute. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Now, Celestial. Spells always prepared. Okay, Guiding Bolt. Yep. Whew. That's quite good. Got Revivify, and then Zealot, Barbarian, rolling up in the same squad. Okay, Healing Light. You gain the ability to channel celestial energy to heal wounds. You have a pool of d6s that you use to spend healing. Number of dice in the pool equals 1 plus your Warlock level. What? What? Really? Whoa. Is that insane? I don't remember this feeling that good. Did I just, like, ignore? Wait, what? 1 plus your Warlock level. Yeah, okay, I guess I just don't remember this being that good. So, it is the same. I guess it is a long rest. Why does it feel different? It's not different, is it? It is. That is a lot. Oh, okay, wait. That's why it feels different. 1 plus your Warlock level. It's starting at 3, so it is more right here than it was originally. But maybe it feels different because now they capitalize bonus action. Oh, okay. Maybe I was just misremembering something. Okay, Radiant Soul. Your link to your patron allows you to serve as a conduit for radiant energy. You have resistance to radiant damage. Whenever you cast a spell that deals radiant or fire damage, you can add your charisma modifier to 1 radiant or fire damage roll. Okay, so that would be... yep, same thing. Okay, Celestial Resilience still going to be there. Yep. Whenever you use Magical Cunning or finish a short or long rest. Okay, and then the rest of it is not changed. All right. I knew that they had to nerf this. Yep, requires a charisma saving throw before affecting the target. I was telling y'all. Yep, unless you spend a look. Hey, Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast. Okay, everybody that was watching, you all saw me fix this in real time. Okay? Wizards of the Coast. Hey, I know you watch my channel. I know you're watching. Yo, give me a call sometime. Because we could work on this together. We could have a buddy-buddy relationship here. It could be cool. If you would let it be cool. Y'all know you had to nerf this. We told you the fix. You took the fix. Yeah. It also breaks concentration now. Into your... So, they had to fix this. Hurl Through Hell was way too fucking good because it could work with Eldritch Blast and you could do it an insane amount of times. Way too good. As this currently sits, the patron spells, okay, so we're seeing Burning Hands, Command, Scorching Rain, Suggestion, all very good. Wait, I don't think they had Flame Strike on here originally. Gash. Oh, I forgot. Wait, did they get Gash? They didn't. Oh, they got rid of Foot. Guys, I'm telling you, WotC, hire me, motherfuckers. Oh my God. Oh, that is so funny. Wow. They need to remove... They need to either remove or completely rework it. Yeah. You don't think I want to be hired by WotC? Oh, no. I don't want to be brought on full time. I want to be contract. Bring me on as a consultant. Pay me the fee that I got, right? Pay me my fee. So that way I can get artwork made for Vagabond. And... they gave the Celestial Flame Strike anyway. Yeah. You know. Getting Gayish is really good. I legitimately worry about Gayish as a Warlock spell. Because actually, let me recall this. I don't remember if Gayish ends if you cast it again. Ooh. I would really worry about this spell getting, man, it's already so good as a long rest. God, it's just very good. I'm quite scared of that. Okay, but it could be fun. Yeah, right. Alright, so Dark One's Own Blessing. Okay. Within 10 feet of you is there. Okay. Dark One's Own Luck. Right. Sorry, I was just skimming real quick to see if anything was like majorly different. For roll. Right, so that's, yeah. Hurl Through Hell needed the nerf. They buffed it way too hard. They broke it. They wound up breaking it, and they did not consider a practical play what that thing would do. We could tell it was busted the first time we took a look at it. Of course it needed a nerf. Of course it did. I wonder whenever Treant Monk looks through this if he's going to be like, oh, yeah, Terran was right. You're not liking the lack of distinction between known and prepared casters. Well, because they're turning everyone into prepared casters. Great Old One updates. Are they going to give it Mind Sliver? Dissonant Whispers, Detect Thoughts, Phantasmal Force. Okay. Yep, they're turning it into the Psychic Warlock. Like it really should have been. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh? What? Hey, okay, hang on. All right. Wow, this got a lot of changes. Hang on. No, new third level. Okay. 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 Awakened Mind, you can form a telepathic thought. Okay. As a bonus action, choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself and create a telepathic bond. You and the chosen creature can speak telepathically with each other, while the two of you on within a number of miles of each other equal to your charisma modifier. Okay. To understand each other, you must speak mentally in a language the other knows. The telepathic communication or connection lasts for a number of minutes equal to your warlock level. It ends early if you have the incapacity. Okay. Psychic spells. This is all right. That's fine. When you cast a warlock spell that deals damage, you can change its damage type to psychic. In addition, when you cast a warlock spell that is also an enchantment or illusion, you can cast it without verbal or somatic components. Okay. Okay. All right. There we go. Yep, you can be a boonless warlock now. Yep, if you so chose. But I'm telling you, the boons that are in there are good enough that you might as well get all three. Like they're really good. But I mean, there's some certain play styles that like you can be the Gish. This warlock is really good at being the Gish now with any of the different subclasses, which I'd be happier for. You know, yeah. Yeah, this is a Gish. And good on them, you know. So, Clairvoyant Combat. Level 6, you learn to read the attacks of the minds you touch. When you form a telepathic bond with a creature using your awakened mind, you can force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against you, and you have advantage on attack rolls against that creature for the duration. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest or a long rest. You can also restore your use of it by expending a spell slot of 2nd level or higher. Okay. So you're at 6th level? Aren't we back to pack magic? Yeah, so just say a warlock spell slot. Because as much as you might not like that, people are going to see that and want to go dip over into something else as to not use their precious warlock spell slots. Thought Shield. Okay. If you look at Sorcerer or Warlock for changing your prepared spells feature in the they are spells known. Wait, what? I thought they said they were making everybody a prep caster. Oh. What? What? Wait, but this isn't prepared spells. Wait, what? 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 Oh, it gives you a level 1 slot. Oh, okay. What? 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 What are they doing? What is this? What? Why? Why? If you go back to Sorcerer and Eldritch Knight, you'll see it too. I was just seeing prepared caster in the spell casting. Yeah, prepared spells. And then you can't. Oh my god, no. They're reverting everything and they're not talking about it. Uh-oh. Watsy, what you are trying to do here is called a rules update. It is not. No. People do this, okay? You're doing a rules update. You can release it as a rules update, and people won't be pissed off at you, all right? Everything else that you're doing right now is what most people think is sketchy marketing at best. Probably an anti-consumer practice at worst. It's been like that in the past few UAs. Like, why do they keep calling it prep casting? Wizards got it too. Wait, what? What happened to Cleric? Oh no. Ah. Wait, what happened to Cleric? Is this what they meant by prepared spells? Cleric is the usual prep caster? So then there's no difference. Wizards are actually prep casters in this UA? It said wizard level. Like, whenever you gain a wizard level, I just scrolled past it. Warlock. Oh, no, wait. Wait, have I not scrolled past it? Oh, I didn't. Okay, well, what? What? Okay. Okay. All right. Now I think I got it. But what is happening? To re-prepare them when they level up. Oh god, but this is gonna cause. This is really bad conveyance. Okay. I'm gonna go with this. All right. Cool. Yeah, this is getting buffed. The fact that they're doing the summon aberration spell. All right. Neat. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Wizard. Hang on. Oh my god, because I've been streaming for a while here. The reverted the spells prepared to a set amount for the class level plus spellcasting mod. Oh no. All right. Wizard. They're reverting everything, guys. Okay. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. All right. Cool. Cantrips. Okay. Your spellbook. Okay. Prepared spells change. Ritual. Wait, the other ones don't. Uh-oh. Hold the phone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, ritual casting is gone. From the Sorcerer and the Warlock. They're reverting everything. They got rid of the universal ritual casting. Well, I don't know what we're doing anymore. Yeah, no more rituals on the Warlock or the Sorcerer. They made it universal within the first like 2 UAs, and they completely reverted that. Maybe they'll make it into a feat. I mean, maybe, but yeah, like they're pulling back from a lot. Yeah, 1.0 day. Yeah. Me speech is gone since speak with animals is now on the Warlock spell list and can be cast as a ritual. Okay, but here's my thing. Why would they list this ritual caster right here in the wizard spell list and not... You see what I mean? The wizard has ritual caster right here. The other ones don't. Are there? Yeah, there's ritual spells. You don't have to prepare the spell to cast it as a ritual. No, it says ritual caster right here. Wait, like, guys, like, wizard lets you use it. Warlock has it as a Pact of the Tome feature. The other classes have to prepare it to cast it as a ritual. What? Okay. Can somebody... Page 52. Thank you. Page number. There we go. Okay. Okay, so they didn't revert that. All right. There we go. It was the absence of anything that was in the class descriptions and the spell casting, and then wizard just saying ritual caster. That, like, why is this called this? So whenever I wasn't able to find it in any of the other classes, I was like, what is happening here? Okay, all right, there we go. All right, now, Scholar, I thought this was such a good idea. I put it on the Wizard for Vagabond 3 months ago. No, 4 months ago. All right. Yeah. Okay, Abjure, Diviner, Evoker, or Illusionist. Memorize spell. You know, prepared, you know that spell. Wait. Studying your spellbook for 1 minute, you can expend mental and magical effort to memorize a spell. Choose one spell of level 1 or higher from your spellbook that you don't have prepared. You know that spell until you use this feature to prepare a different spell. Oh, so you have one spell that you can keep flopping around. Yeah, flexible prepared. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh. All right. Yeah, we're actually utilizing their huge vocabulary of spells. Actually, I really like that. Yep, I really dig that. Go for it. Kind of clunkily worded. It's all right. Yeah, I mean, maybe it could get edited, but yeah, that's not terrible. And then spell mastery, choose a level 1 and a level 2 spell that are in your spellbook. Okay, you always have those spells prepared. You can cast them at their lowest level. Okay, so that's not very different. I guess they don't think that silvery barbs is a problem. Casting time of an action. Oh, they did. Oh shit. Oh, my guys. My guys. When are people gonna learn? Yep, that gets rid. You know what? At this point, honestly, I'm like, hey, silvery barbs is less of a problem now. Wow. Yeah, they hit the swap one spell so much again they put it in Pathfinder 2nd Edition as a wizard thesis in 2019. Oh, yeah. All right. So, yeah. Well, there you go. Taking a page from Vagabond, should reaction spells break concentration? Ooh, most likely. Probably, I would say. That should be something that, later on, you could unlock as, like, Abjuration Wizard or something that it doesn't, but yeah. Silvery Barb still needs to be buried out. Yeah. Signature spells. Choose 2 level 3 spells in your spellbook you haven't prepared. You can, okay. Abjurer. Oh no! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh. Let's say, hang on. To create it. Wait, what? Wait, what? That sounds the same. Why is it saying this? A spell slot to create it, right? Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Let me explain what happened here and why that got really confusing for me. All right. So the reason why they changed this right here was Arcane Ward. You see how it says whenever you cast an Abjuration spell of first level or higher? And then if we go over into the Unearthed Arcana, it says whenever you cast an Abjuration spell with a spell slot, you can change that. So basically, the reason why was because Arcane Ward, you could do this originally infinitely later on with Spell Mastery. So it seems like they don't want that to be a thing. And that's why this fix is existing. Yeah, no signature spell shenanigans. Yep, you have to actually spend the spell slot on it to do it. I get why they're doing that. I thought that it was... whenever I first read that, I thought that it was going to imply that the Arcane Ward, that you must spend a spell slot to make that. And, yeah, the Armor of Shadow, yep. You can do it at 2nd level with a feat. I think the way Arcane Ward works in Baldur's Gate 3 is interesting. I haven't really played up through that far. Okay, Savant. My guys. what have I been saying about wizards? That all of their savant features needed to be giving you spells that were essentially required to function with the class whenever you get access to that tier of spell. I was really hesitant to do it at every single level that you actually get these new spells. But it makes sense. Absolutely, it makes sense. This has been my recommended fix for every single wizard. It's a fix. It is not a buff as much as it is just making the thing work like it needs to. Necromancy needed to be able to get animate dead. And now, this is what's going to wind up happening with the savant features. So, Watsy, call me. Email me. Talk to me. See what's going on. 2 spells in your savant school. Yep. Spellbreaker replaces improved abjuration. You always have the spell magic prepared. You can cast it as a bonus action, and you can add your proficiency bonus to its ability check. Now, why were they getting rid of improved abjuration? Oh, because counterspell. Counterspell changes. Gotcha. Okay. If I were to lower the resources of casters, would that mean less spell slots? Yeah. Absolutely less spell slots. Diviner. Oh, man. Okay, let's see what they did important. Glimpses in the future begin to press in on your awareness. Whenever you finish a long rest, roll 2 d20s and record the numbers rolled. You can replace any d20 test made by you or a creature that you can see with one of these foretelling rolls. You must choose to do so before the roll, and you can replace a roll in this way only once per turn. Each foretelling roll can be used only once. When you finish a long rest, you lose any unused ones. They didn't touch it. Okay. And they replaced the third eye. You can cast See Invisibility without expending a spell slot. Yep. Bonus action to activate the thing, which lasts until you start a short rest. Okay. Okay. And if I'm recalling things correctly... Oh. Who'll be messaging me? Oh, right on. Thanks, Will. I don't know if you're watching right now, but thanks, bro. The counterspell change, yeah. I'm not totally sure what they would wind up getting them, to be honest here. What did I do for divination? Yeah, see, so they got rid of Ethereal Sight, which, to be fair, it never came up. It never does. Dark vision up to a range of... Oh, I said see through magical darkness. Okay, so they didn't totally pull from me. It needed a change. And third eye was weak. Yeah, I bet you could go 1 for 1 and look through that tier list video, and I promise you they buffed it almost in lockstep with what over here. Yeah, oh my god. I'm telling you guys. They didn't fuck with Overchannel? Really? On the turn you cast it! They did! They did! They did change it! Oh my god, they nerfed it! Oh, that's so fucking funny. Everyone was like, oh, that's really clear what it does. It doesn't need a nerf. Yes, it does. They didn't even... But they didn't clarify... Okay, so they didn't say why they changed it like this. It's because we thought that this could work with Flaming Sphere, or like other DOT spells, like damage over time spells, and it would work for all of the damage rolls that were dealt for the entire casting of the spell. Is really clear it wasn't intended to do that. Yeah. That, I'm telling you, they are changing the game in lockstep with what I'm saying over here. I'm telling you, like, okay. Evocation Savant. Yeah. Okay. Moves to level 3 because, okay. Level 6. Okay. Yep, I can see why they did that. Yep, I can see why they did that. Just swap the two. Swap potent cantrip. Yep. Yep, that is a good change. This is not really all that relevant very early on. It makes a lot more sense at level 6. Yep, I'll agree with that. Okay, cool. Illusionist is getting malleable illusions. They need to clarify what all was going on with this one. Illusory Silk can be reused, makes it okay. Clarified, can't deal damage or give any conditions. Oh, okay. Malleable illusions. You can use the bonus action to change the nature of the spell, that illusion. Parameters for the illusion, provided that you can see it. They still need to give this a little bit more concrete, like, mechanical bite. But yeah. Got any more predictions? I mean, I as of right now, there's a lot of stuff I did in the whole tier list video that you can go through and watch. And I'm telling you, like, a lot of stuff that they're changing in here is beat for beat what I was bringing up over there. Yeah. Illusionist is a weird choice for the PHB, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of a classic feel, but, like, this is definitely playing D&D on a little bit harder mode, because if your DM isn't really willing to be generous with you on this one, it can be a little frustrating to play. Okay. So okay, illusory silk can be reused by expending a spell slot of level 2 or higher. Oh, okay. So it's a reaction. Right. And then it dissipates. Short or long rest. Okay, right. It's just been clarified to say that it can't deal damage or give any conditions. Okay. People are doing that for, like, what? The illusory shadow dragon or what the hell ever it was that they were trying to do. Yeah, and that was always a little bit funky. Scribes would have been here as a perfect loadout. Man, I kind of miss that Transmutation's not on here, but whatever. I know that one's really not a whole lot of people's favorite. Oh my god. Did they... No, okay. So it's just Sorcerer's Burst, Arcane Eruption, and Counterspell. Okay, oh, that's right. Arcane Eruption is the goofy one. Uh-huh. And then the... Yep. Okay. Dex save rather than a con save. Yep, all the... For those of you guys that are wondering why it is that they would suddenly be making these mysterious changes as to, like, getting rid of the spell list or whatever, you should go through and watch my series where I've covered the Unearthed Arcana here on livestream, where I give you explanations for all of this stuff. Yeah, if it seems like WotC are just kind of taking shots in the dark, I give you the info as to why these changes are getting made. So, yeah. Wizards of the Coast, give your boy a shout, because we can work together. We can figure that out. I mean, you know, Chris Ko can never speak to me, but yeah, well, yeah. Eldritch Blast and Hex revert to their 2014 versions. Well, there you go. Okay, the weapons. Not really sure what to say about the weapons. We're not seeing. Okay, they did actually. They are keeping handguns in here. Good. Normalize. Give me my. Wati won't take my guns away from me. They got rid of flex, which I'm kind of like, okay. Adventuring gear. Why are these in here? These are the descriptions of miscellaneous items whose rules have been changed for this playtest. The priest pack got to change? Why? Now I'm just suspicious here. It had candles in it, right? Oh, wait. Didn't the priest pack have, like, incense and a censer in it or something? Not that this matters. I'm just curious why that would be a thing. Equipment. Yeah, a censer, vestments, incense, and, what? Why would they change that? It got censored. Oh, that's funny. Oh, the heavy property got to change? Heavy weapons. The heavy weapon is unwieldy compared to other weapons. You have disadvantage on your attack rolls with a heavy weapon if it's a melee weapon and your strength score isn't at least 13, or if it's a ranged weapon and your dexterity score isn't at least a 13. There you go. Yeah, no more fiddliness going on with like, oh, it doesn't matter that I'm a small guy with a strength score of 24. I can't pick up this 50-pound hammer. Oh, man. All right. Now, armor training. Yep. Okay. All right. Did we make it through this whole fucking thing? I was just skimming around real quick. They are solidifying expertise. Yeah, small range. So heavy means nothing, because why would you take a heavy bow with a dexterity of 13 anyways? Because for those people that don't, they could get a benefit out of it. And yeah. Like, you want it to function in a specific way, because you want that to incentivize building into certain roles or whatever. And if a caster can suddenly wield one and enhance the weapon, well, then there starts to be less of a reason to be playing a barbarian or a fighter, right? Maybe they just decided to split the priest's robes from the pack. You just stuff in the backpack. They got the robe there. What? 24 pounds. 19 gold pieces. Out of everything in here, this is the thing I'm most curious about. This is the most blindsiding me thing. Why would they? What's happening here? I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Any questions? We doing anything? Anything? Yeah. Was there anything I need to take a look at? We want to hear any final opinions on this before I wrap up this fucking stream and do something else with my life? Because it's 4:37, and basically this has been my whole day. Oh yeah, by the way, Crow, I don't know if you're here in chat or something, but we gotta play this fucking game right here soon. Soon. Yes. Reach polearms now requiring 13 strength is the biggest impact of this rule. I see the changes for this UA are fine, I guess, but I'd still rather play Vagabond earlier. Oh, shucks. well, I guess with that, how many we got you in here right now? How many people? How many of you guys are hanging? You got to hang for a second because 70. Hang on, you guys hang because we're gonna go surprise somebody. Who's on right now? I have 71 people in here, and we need somebody to go raid. Oh, Ted just wrapped his up. I don't see anybody on. There could be people on, I just don't really see right now, but we could go raid Lo-Fi Girl. Oh, okay. Well, dang it. Okay, then with that, let me yaw and then yaw. Let me see where I can throw you guys to. We go raid Linus Tech Tips. Okay, I'm gonna throw you guys. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. I'm gonna throw you guys. No, actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll just be. I don't know. I'm sure there's some of you that are napping right now. All right, I'm sending you over to not Lo-Fi Girl, but Synthwave Boy. Have a great day. All right, everyone. Have a good one. I will catch up with you all very, very soon. We got more Vagabond stuff coming in, and yeah, have a great day.